is about to hold Africa's largest democratic exercise. Now, more than 87 million voters are to decide today, and this is an electorate bigger than the 14 other countries in West Africa combined. Now, the polling stations will be packed with so many groups, but mostly many young people who are loudly demanding for political change. But no matter who wins these elections, the challenges will be immense because the winner will be saddled with the responsibility of injecting a sense of confidence and hope that the citizens have ever so impatiently been waiting for. Hello and welcome as Nigeria decides today. Get ready for a full and unbiased coverage of the 2023 general elections, from live updates from the CDD Situation Room and detailed analysis of the polls. I'm Darshan Hussaina Usman, and thank you so much for joining us. I have my co-anchor with me in the studio. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Hussaina. It's a beautiful morning indeed. It's indeed a very beautiful morning, and I am super excited, and I expect every Nigeria to be excited as well. This is the 7th consecutive time that we return to the polls since the return of democracy in 1999. Everyone should be excited that we're getting this right. My name is Stella Iyaja. Thank you for joining Nigeria Decides this morning.
All right, so Stella, what are your expectations for the polls this morning?
I am very optimistic because before now, the INEC had assured Nigerians that they're going to ensure that they deliver on credible elections. And I am optimistic that they deliver on that. The security operatives have promised Nigerians that there's going to be safety of lives and property. And because of that, we saw deployment and redeployment of police personnel. In fact, in some areas, they took more than they usually would take because they wanted the place to be very well fortified. So I think that is enough to give Nigerians the confidence with which they need to go out this morning and cast their vote.
Now, the past 2 elections have actually been postponed, and a lot of people actually showed fears that this one will be postponed as well. But, you know, it's actually happening right now.
Hasana, there was a lot of talks from naysayers that this was not going to happen. We heard the rumor and talk of interim government, something I don't even want to think about. And then, I actually woke up at about 12:30 and I had to check. I said, is the election still holding this morning? So I'm very excited that, in fact, they went ahead to hold this election.
Okay, now coming out, if you were actually, privy to actually come out of your house, you'd actually see a lot of, security operatives out there, going to protect, Nigerians even as they go out and cast their ballots.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that security personnel, they are on the roads. They appear like they're ready to do the work. But again, Nigerians have... some Nigerians are not adhering to what was announced, that there's no movement from 12 midnight to 6 p.m. today, because a colleague of ours came in from the Maraba area and he said that even though he had the accreditation, that it took him a long while to get to the point where he would show it to the security personnel. And you know why? Because people who were not supposed to be on the roads were on the roads, and that could affect the work of the security personnel. It's important that every Nigerian that is not supposed to be on the road this morning to stay at home or just move to your polling unit and vote.
All right, now out of 95 registered voters, right, 87 million are actually coming out to vote. Hopefully 87 will be coming out to vote. Is that turnout still, okay compared to the 6 million that didn't get to collect their PVCs and are disenfranchised right now?
Yeah, as much as I would like to say, okay, it's sad or it's unfortunate that some people were not able to collect, if you look at the collection of the voter PVCs, I would say it's good. I don't think it's bad. If all of those people come out and vote, and it will mean that, the candidate or the candidates who emerge from the National Assembly and the president will come out from a majority of voters in Nigeria, not a minority. As you know, in the past we have recorded low turnout of voters. I actually hope that more people will come out this time.
We're now talking about the candidates now, 18 candidates. Right?
Including a woman at that part.
Yes, exactly. Very, very important, by the way. 18 candidates, but a lot of people seem to just know 3 or 4 of these candidates.
I think it's normal in Nigeria's politics. And in fact, I would say this year is even better because in the past, we always had 2 main candidates that everybody's looking out for. But this time around, we have 4. Maybe next time we'll have 6, 8, It's growth of Nigeria's democracy, I think.
Okay, so now, right about now, as history actually always have it, Nigerians usually vote along the lines of tradition or religion or even culture. Do we see that happening this time around?
I know the issue of culture, religion, and all of that will never get away, right? But I have a feeling that this election may be different. Like I said, it may be different.
All right, well, as you have actually heard, it is Nigeria Decides this morning. So get ready to have your minds blown this morning, because the polls is actually on. A lot of people are actually heading to their polling units right now to cast their ballot. And it's going to happen up until 4 p.m. if I'm not,
4 p.m.
Yeah, 4 p.m. So okay, 2:30 p.m. So please, if you have your PVCs, do not sit at home, and do well to go to your polling units to, cast your ballots. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the show.
Trust TV, documenting the Nigerian story.
Welcome to Nigeria Decides. Before we went on break, we were talking about how the elections are going and what are the expectations for today. Joining us in the studio to give perspective to, the expectations and what Nigerians are looking forward to this morning is Malam Hamza Idris. He's the general editor of the Daily Trust newspaper. Malam Hamza, a beautiful morning to you.
Good morning, Stella. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, Stella.
Good morning, Malam Hamza, and thank you so much for joining us.
It's nice to be here.
How do you feel this morning? What are your expectations?
Great, because it's actually another transition period from democratically elected government to another democratically elected government. So Nigerians, wherever they are in the world, whether they are casting their vote or not, they ought to be happy.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's hope that the polls remains free, credible, and fair.
And then peaceful.
And peaceful as well, very important.
Exactly.
All right, so right about now, we would, more of this would actually come later, but then right now we have Ayuba Iliya here for detailed graphics analysis of the polls. Good morning, Ayuba. Thank you so much for joining us this
Good
morning.
Good morning, Hussaina. Good morning, Stella. Good morning, Hamza Idris. You all are looking very
Quite
gorgeous.
an exciting day as well.
This morning, yes, it is. It is an exciting moment for a lot of Nigerians. History is about to be made. This is the first election that we are going to be having that has such high expectation and confidence. I believe that a lot of people are confident based on the recent technology that have been deployed, and we've seen that there have been reforms with the Electoral Act. So civil society organizations and other analysts who have been watching the process are very confident about the whole process delivering, a free, fair and credible election. So we here too are very hopeful, and which is why we're bringing you all the things that you need to know, key figures and key information that you need to have as you head to the polls. In less than 20 minutes, really, Nigerians will be heading to the polls. That's the polling units will be open for voting by 8:30, exactly 8:30 a.m. So there are key things that you need to know as you head to the poll. We are talking about the voting procedure. Now, it starts with you checking your name on the lists of voters, registered voters pasted at the polling units. So by the time you go there, you make sure that your name is actually there. I expect that you would have done that before today, but in case you haven't done that, it's important to check your name on the list. And then if you find your name, the next thing is to present your PVC for accreditation to the officials there. This accreditation will be done via the BVAS. The good thing about the BVAS is that we understand is going to be, there are three options of, doing the accreditation. So it's either your facials is used to do the accreditation, or your thumbprint, or they could also use your iris. So these are three methods. An improvement from the initial card readers that we had before that is restricted mainly to just your fingerprint. So that's an improvement. Now, the next thing to do is to get verified on the BVAS. Once the BVAS, verifies you and you are actually registered in that polling unit, you are going to receive your ballot paper where you are going to decide. That's the critical moment. You decide on the ballot paper by selecting and by printing on the paper for whichever party or whichever candidate you are choosing, whether for presidential or for National Assembly. Now, the name of the candidate may not necessarily be on the ballot paper. It's the political party logo that you see there. The logo of the party will be on the ballot paper. It's very important. So you don't go looking for the name of your candidate. A lot of people only know the name of their candidates. They don't even know the logo of the party and the rest of them. So it's very important that you check that before you eventually vote. Now, after voting, you then select and insert the paper in the ballot box. Now, after that process, you could choose to either wait somewhere around quietly for the counting of the votes, or you could go. It all depends on you. So these are the simple steps that are going to be important for you as you head to the polls. Now, we have information as well that INEC has changed some of the polling units by way of expanding, or I would say increasing the number of polling units, by so doing decongesting the polling units. So it's very important that you check perhaps if you are one of those whose polling unit has changed. But either ways, you are not going to be far from the location where you are expected to vote. A lot of people are skeptical about the confusion that this could bring and the rest of them, but INEC have been announcing and awareness have been created for people to actually know that this is what has happened, and people should check. You could go on INEC website also and check. So a lot of expectation, Hussaina. There's also other information that we need to have, but for now, let me just let you chip in.
Well, thank you so much, Ayuba. That was a fantastic, presentation, graphics representation of, what's to be expected today during the polls. Now let's go back to Hamza. Thank you so much for joining us once again, by the way.
Yes,
there was something Ayuba said about a lot of voters going out there and, instead of knowing the party, rather they actually know the names of the candidates rather than the party, and the names of these candidates are not on the ballot paper. How this is actually the importance of civic education and also voter education, right?
Exactly. In fact, I jotted it down when he mentioned it because it's really key. There will be confusion in many places today because many of the voters are actually concerned about personalities instead of the political party. So I expect that the political parties must have enlightened the electorate on how to recognize the party. But the most important thing again is that we are trying to deepen democracy. Because you have to build institutions, and political parties are institutions. So even if some people make mistake of not enlightening their people, I mean the candidates to enlighten their people, that when you go there you will not see my photo, you will not see my name, you will only see the name of our political party. It could be any of the 18 registered
candidates,
political parties. So it's very important. And even though there is no campaign, I expect that all stakeholders must have taken note of this, that you will not see the pictures of your candidate. You will not see their names. You will only see the logo and names of various political parties.
All right, Hamza, while Ayuba was talking, I was listening to the procedure for the voting exercise this year. What do you make of it when you put it side by side what happened in 2019? That was the last time we had elections.
It is there is actually a drastic shift from what we had before when we had the card reader. The card reader, I think it's just one-off thing, right? But this time around, there are 3 layers of verification of sorts. If the first one fails, there is the possibility of now trying to verify you using the second one and then the third one, right? Thumb printing.
Yeah, but do you think it's going to make the process easier?
I hope that the machines will be very fast, because if they are not fast, we will have issues. And experts, have said that previously it contributed to voter apathy, because if it will take like 5 minutes to actually verify the credentials of one person, and you have like 100 people in a polling unit, it means the process will drag for a very long time. And the tendency is that even if some people are accredited, they may not likely wait to cast their votes. So if they go home, they will not come back. So I hope that the polling agents from INEC, if they verify you using the first method and it is okay, just they should allow you to give you your ballot paper to go and cast your vote. So not to say that they must verify you using all the 3 parameters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me just chip in here that this time around, there is no accreditation separate and then you wait before you cast your vote. So it goes on simultaneously. As you are getting accredited, you move on, you get your paper, ballot paper, you go on to vote. So you're not going to do like we've seen in the past, where accreditation takes place separately, and then everybody now waits for the voting to start. So
certainly that is it. But what I was trying to say is that if it will take like 5 minutes for you to
for one person
to be accredited, meaning it will take like 30 minutes to accredit 6 people. And for you to accredit 12 people, it will take an hour. So it will be tedious. That's why we're appealing to the INEC officials, being the core members or whoever, to make sure that, of course, there are 3 layers, right? As you mentioned, of verification. But what they said earlier was that if the first one certify that yes, it is you are good to go, right?
Yes.
Good. Then they shouldn't insist on checking you 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Hamza, I actually wanted to ask you what you think about the technological advancement, when it comes to elections, because like Stella actually said, what is obtainable now wasn't obtainable, the last time. And, with time, hopefully, do we get to see technological advancement where there won't be ad hoc staff available? We'll just, go and cast, our votes electronically like they do in, other countries. Because even as it is right now, INEC actually says it made available for those who are actually tech savvy and have smartphones, it made available virtual assistants, that's INEC training bot, to provide all election day training materials to masses in real time. That's if you're not sure what to do when you want to vote, you could just, use the training bot, and it will tell you where you need to go to and what steps you actually need to take, from, answering different questions, providing information on election dates and polling locations, assisting with voter registration, providing voter education itself, and assisting with electoral officer training as well.
Yeah, you see, we should celebrate ourselves this time around, because this BVAS was actually the creation of staff within INEC. They didn't bring people from outside the country or even from outside the institution to come up with it. So it's actually a pass mark for INEC. And I remember in one of the briefings, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud, he said that some experts in the IT department, they said they have even improvised another technology where it will perceive the odor of people. Yeah, he said no. Let's not run faster than our shadow. Yeah, let's take it easy. Let's see how far BVAS will go. But one thing that is important is, all over the world, if there is anything that elicits the highest level of suspicion, is election. So no matter the level of technology that we will deploy, this paper will remain with us.
Yes, I saw former INEC chairman, Professor Tahiru Jega, saying on an interview on Trust TV, saying that it's not 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, and even in the US, look at the last election. Despite the technology and all that, lots of questions around the validity of some of the things that happened, and people were still giving papers. The only thing I hope that we should have is, we should try allowing people to also vote ahead of time, maybe during off-season elections, because we are going to have many off-season elections between 2023 and 2027, which obtains in other climes that, okay, 2 months to the day of the general election, you have the option of casting your vote. So, because it will reduce the stress of having large turnout of people. There are some who are supposed to travel. I know of many people who wanted to travel out of the country, but they said, no, I want to exercise my franchise. So they postponed the trip. I hope that we should have this option in the coming years.
All right, Hamza, you were saying something earlier. Even though voting is ending at 2:30, I want you to speak further on that for those that are going to cast their vote. You said that even though it ends at 2:30, if you're on the queue, you still get to vote.
As Ayuba said, that it's a seamless exercise now, that once you get to the polling station, you check your name, you now submit your voter's card, right? To verify you using the BVAS, and then they will give you your ballot paper to go and cast your this thing. Definitely, there will be time lag because of the process of the verification. I'm sure we will have this in many places. But what is certain is, even though voting will stop at 2:30, if you are verified, nobody will stop you from casting your ballot, even if it is 10 p.m. This is the standard practice, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So people should not panic. Make sure that you don't stay at home until 2:30. If you go to the polling unit by 2:30, no, you are gone. They will not allow you to.
All right, it seems Ayuba actually has more to add on.
All right, yeah. So I want us to take a look at the candidates in this election and other information that we need to know. First, we need to know that we have 18 presidential candidates, each from one of the political parties, registered political parties. We have 18 political parties as well. 17 of them are males, and we have only one female presidential candidate with 0 persons with disability. So that speaks to the issue of inclusivity of our electoral process and a political process. A lot of people have called for inclusion of persons with disability and also for more women in the race. We can talk more about this issue of inclusion, whether it is at the political party stage, or is it a societal issue, or is it on the part of people who are supposed to be, showing up or coming out, to run for these offices. Then we need to also see that we have the senatorial candidates that will be participating in this process. We have 1,101 of them, and they will be running for 109 seats of the Senate. So you have in that category 92 female senatorial candidates. You have 1,008 male senatorial candidates, as well as 4 persons with disabilities. So for this category of candidates, at least we have 4 persons with disability, and then 92 female candidates. Then next is to take a look at the House of Representatives positions. We have a total of 3,122 candidates for the House of Representatives, all of them vying for 469 seats of the House of, 360 seats of the House of Representatives. That's for each of the federal constituencies. You have 2,832 male House of Representative candidates, 288 female House of Representatives candidates, and then 6 persons with disability in that category. Next is to take a look at the spread in terms of registered voters in the country, according to what INEC has given us. Now, out of the over 93 million registered voters, this is the breakdown according to geopolitical zones. In the northwestern part of the country, which is the highest, we have 22.25 million registered voters, and then the next to that, the northwest in terms of number, is the southwest, where you have 17.95 million registered voters. Now, the southwest being the second largest in terms of registered voters. Following that is the north central, that has 15.36 million registered voters, and then you have also the south region that has 14.44 million registered voters, and the least, or I would say the lowest, which is 10.90 million registered voters. That's southeast, not southwest. Moving on, the next data that we have here shows you the voter distribution according to the states, and you could see how it is states. The top state, the states with the highest number of registered voters, Lagos comes up as the number 1, and then you have other states with quite a large number of registered voters, such as Kano. You also have Katsina, which also has 3.5 million, and then others. Yes, Kaduna is also one that has 4.3 million registered voters. So these are the key states to look out for in this election. We've seen from the voting pattern that in each election cycle, at least for the last 10 years, in the last 10 years, that's a decade, the northwestern part of the country usually will have the highest number of votes. So we are looking out to see what's going to play out this time around. In the last election, though, we've seen that the top 5 states with the highest number of registered voters didn't have up to 50% voter turnout. So it's not enough to have the highest number of registered voters, but also key to it is the issue of voter turnout that will determine the outcome of the election. In terms of voter distribution by gender, we have 49,054,162 males in this election, constituting 52.5% of the voters, and then we have female voters, 44,414,846. That's 47.6%, 47.5% of the total registered voters. Again, if we are to look at the voter distribution by age, the youth population constitutes the largest, which is why a lot of political experts and watchers have said, well, perhaps this time around we are going to see a change in the voting pattern. The youths constitute 39.65% of the total registered voters. That is talking about people from between the age of 18 to 34, and that's 37,060,399 of them. And then this is followed by the middle-aged, between 35 to 49. You have 33,413,591, constituting 35.75% of the total registered voters. You look at the elderly also, that has 17,700,270, constituting 18.94% of the total registered voters. And then the old, 70 and above, having 5,294,748. That's 5.66% of the total registered voters. Now, moving further to look at the distribution by occupation, we have the highest number again being students. Students have 26,027,481, and that's 27.8%. Now, students are at home right now, so it is expected that they will turn up for the elections. Then following that number is farmers, people in the agricultural sector. They are 14,742,554, and that's 15.8% of the total population. Then if you move further, you'll see that you have also people in business with 12 million registered voters, housewives, 13 million registered voters, and then you have civil servants, 5 million, and then others. Now, of concern is when you have housewives. I don't know if we hope that we'll see a large turnout, from housewives, because I mean that's another category of people that will be dealing with quite a lot, this time around, making sure that everyone is fine and is doing very well. So we hope that they manage to go out there to also cast their votes. Also, we would like to take a look at this distribution by disability. Now, by disability, you have people with albinism with 21 million, which is like the highest number for that category. Then you have physical impediment. That's people with physical impediment, 13.3 million. That's the second largest. And then you have people with blindness, visual impairment, and then others in the category 27.6 million. That's as far as the distribution is concerned. Now, if you also look at the issue of voter turnout, I will leave the issue of voter turnout for now, so that we can talk about the distribution, of voters. I don't know. People are hoping, and political experts have said, well, there's going to be a change in the voting pattern, looking at the large number of students in this election. I don't know what you have to say about that, Hamza, because we understand that out of almost 11 million additional voters that we've had in this circle. About 7 million of that number are young people. They are students. They are in that category. So it looks like we have a lot of fresh voters.
We hope so, that it will translate into fiscal voting. Yeah, many of them have obtained the voters card, but honestly, we did a report in the Daily Trust that despite the fact that the University Commission, Polytechnics, and Colleges of Education Commissions, they have all shut down the institutions to allow students to travel. There are many of them who obtained their voters card in their home states, and they are still in the states where they are studying because they could not travel.
Why couldn't they travel?
The cash crunch is actually affecting them. We did an interview. Many of them said they want to travel, but of course they have money. Some went to the motor parks. The driver said they will not collect the transport fare, bear, transfer, and all that. And you know how this youthful exuberance, somebody will say, why should I even waste my time? They have gone back to the hostels, waiting for the elections to be over, and then they continue with their studies. I expected state governments to do as they used to do during Christmas, during Salah, you know, where they volunteer buses to transport people. I don't know whether they have done this time around, because I didn't see it in any of the news outlets that there is this effort by state governors. But honestly, the cash issue has affected the morale of people from traveling, and that is why experts say that the cash policy shouldn't have been carried out around this time, because the disadvantages far outweigh the advantage. But we hope that in the next couple of hours, I hope that they will demystify this.
Okay, what about one of the reasons being that, you know, it's actually to stop fraud and vote buying? Do you think that that particular aim?
We have story in our paper today that, you know, you can't beat the
politicians in last move to woo
now
voters.
Do you know what they did? Many of them transferred hundreds of millions to rice mills, to gas plants, you understand, to textile factories or textile dealers in markets to provide alternative to cash. So they have mobilized people with some of these things, and condiments, you know, vegetable oil and all that.
And I also heard some of these voters say that, you know, na person will give me food, na I will vote for.
And people are so hungry.
That's very pathetic, though.
Exactly.
Yes, people are so hungry in the last couple of days that they have even cheapened themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That if somebody thought that he's worth 10,000 for his vote, they are ready to now let that 4-year freedom, because it's freedom, for 2,000.
All right, when we're talking about that, you know, when Ayuba was talking, he showed that the Northwest had over 22 million voters, right? And between the last election and now, in the last election, they returned over 51%, came out to vote. And between the last election and now, we have seen a lot of displacements, especially in Katsina and Kaduna State. And in Katsina, in the last election, 2019, they returned over 1.3 million in the presidential election.
Yeah.
Do you see that something close to that playing out this time around?
Very unlikely, because unlike what happened in 2011 in the Northeast, I was reporting from there, the IDPs were actually concentrated in IDP camps. So officials were able to carry out, I mean, they carried the voting materials to the IDP camps, and they were able to even influence, I'm sorry to use this word, the voting pattern. So the voter turnout was extremely higher. Now, I don't know whether it's an error of omission or error of commission. In the Northwest, you don't have IDP camps, the real IDP camps in real sense. We've done quite a number of studies on that, and we discovered that most of the governors felt that it will lower their esteem, you understand, that they have IDP. So they allow the people to wander around. You see people living with their families and friends. Some actually have their voter card in Katsina, but they move to Zamfara.
Okay, so sorry,
and vice versa.
We actually have to, cut you off there. But when we come back, we'll continue with this discussion.
Fine.
Well, right about now, we actually have our reporter in Yola, Aaron, standing by to give us an update of, what is happening in that particular state. Hello, Aaron. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello, Aaron, can you hear me?
So that is the situation currently. Yeah, this and can you hear me?
Yes, go on. Go on, Aaron.
Okay, I thought we are at here where OOC, Alleged Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president, is supposed to cast his vote, but we're still anticipating the arrival of sensitive material from this end. Even though INEC officials are on ground, but the sensitive materials have not yet arrived. So a lot of people are here waiting to see Alleged Atiku Abubakar to cast votes, and we are just right here waiting. So that is the situation currently right here in Yola, the Adamawa State capital. So we have been around the state. There have been a lot of security outside. They are right there, like being on guard, watching, and the city is currently on lockdown. Like there is no movement, so that is what is currently happening in the city of Yola.
All right, Aaron, you said no sensitive materials. Have they told you anything? Is there an announcement to say the materials are on the way or anything whatsoever?
No, so far we have not received anything. So we went to INEC office this morning, so they are still trying to sort out the materials and distribution to this police unit.
Hello, can you hear me?
So far we have not received anything.
Hello.
All right, aside from the presidential candidate that is there, what's the turnout in that particular polling unit looking like?
Well, there are people that have turned out to cast their votes waiting, but currently they have not started queuing because as I told you, there is no material on ground. So, but just like as you can see behind me, this is the INEC materials, but the sensitive ones have not yet arrived at this point.
All right, Aaron. Well, thank you so much for giving us this update. We will connect with you later to find out, how things are going in Yola. Thank you so much. So let's go back to the studio. Hamza, now you heard what he has actually said. And now this is INEC saying that they're ready for everything, thinking by now most of these sensitive materials would have arrived, every polling unit. But, as the reporter has actually said, nothing for now.
And that is Yola.
We don't even know about other states yet.
Exactly, and even in Yola, talk about communities in the hinterland. When you go deep around Mubi, close to Cameroon border. Go to Taraba, talk about Mambila. go to Borno, talk about the Mandara Mountains.
Hamza, are you saying that what is happening in Yola is a reflection of what could be happening in the internal?
Definitely.
Because what Aaron said is that they have it in the office in Yola, but it hasn't come to the polling unit. So it's possible in those other areas, it has moved from the offices down to the polling unit, don't you think?
Very unlikely, because there is this factor of suspicion that they have to do everything in daylight. You understand? Thinking that, yes.
To avoid hijack.
Exactly, to avoid hijack. Even though when you hijack it with the Vivas now, it's like you hijack toilet paper, you know, in hotel reception. It will add no value to you. But, you know, the propensity for mischief of some Nigerians is very high. So they will still steal it, even if it is not going to translate into anything. But what I'm trying to say is that INEC officials are trying to be very careful. And sometimes if you are extremely careful, you end up creating some problems. Yeah, at least in Yola, where the presidential candidate, for instance, is supposed to, even for cosmetic purposes, they should have, you know, taken this so that it will serve as an encouragement. Because some people now, by seeing this, they will say, okay, let's remain at home until around 10, 11 before we can go to our polling unit.
All right, sorry to cut you off there once again. We're still trying to, you know, find out situation happening, you know, in other states. Our reporters are there standing by, and right now we have Abiodun Alade Balogun standing by in Lagos. Hi, Alade. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good morning. And how you doing? And how you doing?
Thank you so much for asking. So let's have an update of what is happening in Lagos at the moment.
Well, I think similar thing that is also happening. This is the polling unit that we expect the candidate of the APC to vote. And as of this time, no presence of INEC officials, and all that you have here, you are waiting. Nobody is here. The electorate are not even here. That is their visiting. So you know the materials are not here. Just journalists.
So do you have an idea of what is actually causing the delay? Because it's scheduled to start at 8.
I think it has to do with the materials. Yes. So I think the materials are not available. So I think they are moving the material down. So now that we don't have, I think that is why we are still waiting. We are anxious. Nobody is there as of now.
There are no INEC officials at all?
None at all. Even the police are not here. I think there's only one from that is all that we have for now.
All right, Abiodun, on your way to the polling unit, how was Lagos? I mean, what is Lagos looking like this morning?
Well, Lagos is calm. Lagos is calm. So everywhere is calm for now. Everywhere is peaceful for now. I think that people are eager to cast their vote. But with this report that we are getting that materials are not arriving at polling unit, we just hope this will not discourage people from actually coming out. But we have partially moved on the state today. We have moved from Ochota down to Oshodi, down to Ikeja, and I can tell you that everywhere we actually saw some men on the road, but then apart from that, nothing to actually report so far.
I actually think Ayuba has a question for you.
Well, I mean, if you talk about people who are, I mean, these are the polling units of the presidential candidates that we are talking about here. Do you have any information about other parts of Lagos, perhaps by virtue of interaction with your colleagues there?
Yeah,
I've spoken with some of my colleagues, and same report that we are having here, same thing that is happening in most of the places that the materials, you know, traditionally is actually be among the best, even sometimes they actually targeted. So we also got to position ourselves so that we can be able to have a good as of now, there is nothing apart from this incentive. I can assure you that anything you have that. So I think now they are just some shares. But apart from that, I cannot see anybody. All that we have here are just journalists. In fact, the number of journalists here are more than the electorate.
Abiodun, is the candidate anywhere around there? Is the candidate anywhere around there?
Hello? I didn't get that, please.
Is the candidate of the APC around there?
Hello?
Have you cited
Can you repeat that question?
Alright, he seems to have a technical.
What do you say? The candidate?
No, I mean, he said, Biodun said that
hello, I didn't get that question, please.
He's an early bird and he gets there at 8:30. So I'm asking, he's on the ballot this time, is he there?
You should be peeping from his window to see whether.
Okay, Hamza, now there's actually this, when Ayuba.
Yes.
Okay, Alade, all right, so let's just, wrap it up with you. Yes, we will reconnect with you later for an update of, voter turnout and everything happening during the polls, okay? Thank you so much, by the way. All right, so Hamza, let's go back to you now. While Ayuba was, talking about, was explaining some of the graphics analysis, allow me to represent my gender here. There was a particular one I saw when it came to voter turnout, talking about the number of females. Now, in previous elections, it's always been female turnouts that's been more than male. Now, this time around, we're seeing 44 million females, voter turnout. And the men is actually more when it comes to the men. What happened? Because we saw that, the gender bills were thrown out, women protested and all that. What could have actually happened to make men actually come out more than females to actually register?
It will be very difficult to conclude at this hour until it is over. Don't be surprised that despite the statistics, the women should be more maybe at the end of the day. Those who cast their votes, we may not necessarily know. What we have now is actually the percentage, right? But we've not been fair to women. This is the truth. Yeah, we've not been fair to women because at present we have less than 5% of them in the National Assembly, because out of 109 senators, you only have 8.
Well, why don't we have more as presidential candidates? I mean, out of 18, we just have one.
Do they have the wherewithal? You can imagine what, even though some political parties said women should pay 50%, right, to obtain the form. How much did they pay to get the forms for APC? 200 million?
Yeah, it was a lot.
Stella, I don't know if
cheaper than that, but I think that comes to the issue of inclusivity. It means that what you're trying to say is that the political terrain is not favorable towards women.
And just to add to what you're actually saying right now, we just have one woman as a candidate, but even at that, she's not as popular as the men.
Some people
even the media coverage is not. She doesn't get that kind of coverage
last
like
night,
the men.
The head of our infographic desk, he was doing something around the candidates. This was around 11. He was able to bring out all the names, you understand, but the woman remained elusive. We had to even scratch our head. I now said, I think there is a woman.
Yeah.
It's really painful, Okay. It's really painful that you have to now think to discover that. But thank God, here in Daily Trust, we showcased her very well on the cover of our papers.
Okay. Well, we'll actually pause for the analysis right now. Let's go back to Ayuba so he can give us more graphics analysis Aiba, over to you.
Yeah, so basically going by the feelers we're getting from the field, it's important to look at the issue of voter turnout. For an election that is meant to last for perhaps, that has an official timeline of 5 to 6 hours, if you start 8:30, you're expected to, voting is supposed to end at 2:30 p.m. So if we are yet to get materials at this point in time, this is almost 9 p.m., then I don't know how many hours we would have been able to conduct this election at the end of the day, which is something that could affect the issue of turnout and the total number of people that will eventually get, to vote. So let's take a look at the pattern of voters turnout. Ironically, from what we can see here, we've seen a consistent decline in voter turnout from 2003 up to 2019, the last election that we had. Now, the first election, of course, in 1999 had 52% voter turnout, and then we moved to have the highest, which is 69% in 2003. A lot of experts have argued about what actually led to that turnout, but we can look at that later. In 2007, there was 58% voter turnout, and then we saw a further decrease to 54% in 2011. And then in 2015, we saw 43% voter turnout, and then the last election cycle in 2019, it was 35%. We are talking about out of over 80 million registered voters, we had barely 29 million registered voters that came out for the election. And in the previous election in 2015, it was also about the same range, about 28 million registered voters came out to vote. So you could imagine, for a country like Nigeria with over 200 million Nigerians, we do not have up to 50% of that population registered. And even at that, the ones registered are not even turning up for elections up to at least 50%. So that's something to worry about, really. There are expectations that perhaps the pattern is going to change this time around, but we won't know until in the next few days when INEC will be giving us the final outcome of this election. So it's an area of concern, really. And for those who are watching this television set, well, it's important that you go to the polling units and get your votes. You don't have to worry about whether or not you'll be able to watch us. You can watch us on YouTube live stream. You can watch us on all our social media platforms while you are at the polling unit. So it's really not a challenge. So, but it's important that you go and vote.
Before you continue, maybe Hamza can give us an idea of why we're seeing this drop. 1999, 52%. 2003, 69. So it appeared as if Nigerians embraced democracy again, and they came out 69%. But from there, what happened?
No, you see, if you look at 1999, it was transition from military to civilian. So the enthusiasm was a bit high, even though it was a subdued, cautious optimism. Let me use this to explain, because the military organized the transition. Abdulsalami Abubakar, right? And you had Obasanjo, you had Falaye and other candidates. So fair enough, we had the election. But in 2003, it changed, because it was actually civilians that organized the election 100%. And if you go back to the documents, there were issues related to serious overvoting, because in some states we had a situation where the total number of votes cast was higher than the total number of registered voters. So we made almost nonsense of the true picture of
but that's as far as that election is concerned. But then if you look at the other previous election cycles, that kind of decline. Is it security concern? Is it violence in the process?
No, that was just one. Exactly? That was one. And then number two, we use phantom base to now, gauge the outcome. For instance, we've never had more than 70% voter turnout. Like now, we are saying, more? Look at it, we are now saying over 80 million prospective voters. Are they going to come out? very unlikely.
All right, well, we'll actually take a pause there. And like we said earlier, our reporters around the country, waiting to actually give you live updates and live details of what is actually happening in the states in Nigeria as regards the elections this morning. Now, we will be connecting with our reporter in Kano State, Idris Jibrin. Good morning, Idris. I don't know if you can hear me. All right, we'll join Idris later. So let's go ahead with our discussion.
Yeah, so again, I wanted to, raise the issue of, could it be on the part of INEC? Perhaps INEC is not able to take all the, people turning up for the election, or maybe people felt frustrated at some point because of the processes that is involved in getting registered, coming out to actually vote, the queues and the time spent, and some of these things.
PVC collections as well.
There are many factors, number one. But before we go there, I think we should be very optimistic that people will come out. Of course, going by the low turnout of all election officials across the states, here in the studio and across the country, we should remain optimistic that in the next couple of hours or minutes that the election materials will all be there and then people will go out. As I said, there are many reasons. Number one, before, the cumbersome nature of the electoral process, it affected voter turnout. And then number two, violence. Some people will say, I'd rather remain at home than to go out.
All right, Hamza. Let's connect with our Kano reporter. Hello, Idris. Good morning, Idris. Can you hear me? Idris? If you can hear me, hello, Idris. If you can hear me, please can you give us an update of what is happening in Kano State? I can actually see a visual of a polling unit in Badawa there, and it doesn't seem a lot of people have actually turned up.
Well, actually, right now, I am outside.
We seem to have a technical issue with our connection, but we will definitely reconnect with him and get back to you on that. Now, sorry for cutting you off earlier.
Yes, I mentioned two
factors.
Two factors about the cumbersome nature of INEC at initial stage. But you can see in the last couple of years, they have been praised. INEC is actually doing very well. And then secondly, violence. But what we are not talking about is the poor or dismal outing of elected officials. Look at what happened in 2019. It was the worst since independence, because out of 10 registered voters, only 4 went out to cast their vote. And it's because people, were forced to become disgruntled because of the dismal outing of elected officials at all levels, I mean, from the presidential to House of Assembly, House of Reps, the governorship. They will make a lot of promises and they will not deliver.
In the case of the last election, could the postponement have anything to do with the kind of turnout we saw? Because at a point it was something like people were ready and prepared to vote, and then all of a sudden, at the last minute, when people have traveled and the rest of them, and then suddenly the polls was suspended, and then people have to travel back to wherever they came from. Going back became a problem.
Yeah, certainly it may be a factor, but as I said, largely is because people are not happy with the elected
Hamza,
officials.
yeah, you say INEC officials, and then you say some people are not happy. But there are certain people who, no matter what you do to put in place, what materials you put in place, the INEC officials coming on time, there are some people who will not vote. They'll tell you, I'm not going to vote, my vote is not going to count. And I've even heard people say that in this election process.
Exactly. It is one of the points I put down here. There is this also display of partisanship by many state actors during elections, meaning that the will of the people is rarely allowed to manifest.
Okay, so we're actually beginning to see, candidates, candidates are going to their polling units. This is the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, heading to his polling unit to vote. Now, we also heard from our reporter that some of these polling units are not ready. The sensitive materials are not there yet. So I wonder what would actually happen when he goes there and, he can't even, exercise his own franchise.
Maybe they are taking the materials.
It looks
now.
as if the materials are there now.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can see
Okay.
the ballot box.
Look at the ballot boxes and all. So,
Which is good news.
which is good. I mean, it's 9:05, which means that
maybe 30
they
minutes
lost
left.
35 minutes.
Yes.
35 minutes. So,
Yes.
if others can start almost immediately, maybe the lost time would be recovered somehow.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, apart from the cumbersome nature of INEC procedures, which they are vigorously addressing, some Nigerians are really angry that even if I cast my vote, it will not manifest. In the sense that before, people feel that even if they vote for candidate A, the tendency is maybe candidate C will emerge as victorious. But with all these innovations and all that, I think we are checkmating those excesses of state actors and non-state actors alike.
Okay, all right. So as you can actually see, the PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar is about to cast his vote right now.
Maybe Vivas, right?
Yeah, I see the man, the core member holding the machine.
It's verification, yeah.
So he's being verified, and this is the accreditation process going on right now.
I hope it takes a shorter period, because I mean, if it takes this, and it's beginning to look like it's going to take long.
Like the whole presidential candidate, I mean, still can't,
like Hamza said earlier, it should not take up to 5 minutes for any candidate, so that they can accommodate as many candidates as they can at any
I
point.
pray that the average should be 1.5 minutes.
Or 2 tops.
Yes.
And I hope the Beavers doesn't fail either.
Yeah,
you remember in
let's just
2019, we had the situation where the presidential, in 2015, the presidential candidate couldn't, the card reader couldn't read him.
Yes. Yeah. Well, this time around, they say they have in-house technology, so they don't really need, they say they'll be able to do it with 2G. They don't really need internet connectivity or whatever. It's like they domesticated the technology in such a way that it should serve the purpose. Yeah.
So now, if it's actually taken this long for one to get accredited, what happens to the thousands of people, in that particular voting unit? So he's about to actually stop printing right now. Yeah. So what happens to the thousands of candidates waiting? Yes, waiting to get accredited and
that is what I said. And Nigerians should be aware that the Electoral Act stipulated that you should be on the queue. If you are on the queue, even if there is time lapse, you are qualified to cast your vote.
So what you're trying to say is that no matter what, just be on that queue.
Yes.
Even if
don't go home.
You don't go home.
Just as Ayuba has actually said earlier, you need the thumbprint, the iris, and also the facial. So I think they're done with the thumbprinting now, and the facial verification now.
Yeah. But these are options actually. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do all the three.
If the first one fails,
both for him.
The candidate appears to believe in
the essence of the options is not that you have to do all the three. It's just in case one fails, the other will work.
Okay, so it means for them to actually, try to capture his face, the thumbprint actually failed.
Yes, perhaps the thumbprint didn't work. So
no, I think they started with trying to capture his face. Later, they now went for his thumbprint.
No, it was thumbprint first, actually, right?
Sure.
Well, I
What I saw, it was
Anyway,
thumbprint
that.
first.
thank God he has done
But
it.
then-
Yes, I missed that.
The fact that he has done it,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah.
But you can see it took like 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Right?
thereabouts.
So we
Actually,
pray.
based on an interaction I had with the head of the ICT in the INEC office in the FCT, it's not supposed to last for more than 2-3 minutes. Maximum of 2 minutes. If you get verified, you move on to go and vote. It's not supposed to last up
so
to.
we hope they get it right.
Yes.
So that they can accommodate as many people as possible. That
Before
30, was it
that
35% in 2019 is abysmal. It's horrible.
As
I
I
hope
said,
we
it
get
was
to do better
the
this time.
lowest turnout since independence. What we had in 2019, because out of every 10,
All right, so
this year you had only 4.
sorry, Hamza, for cutting you off again. So we actually have our reporter, Bitrus Kurutsi, all the way from Maiduguri, and he's live on phone. Bitrus, good morning. Thank you for joining us on Nigeria Decides this morning. Yes, can you give us an update of situations in Borno State?
Okay, yes, at the moment, we are at the open show, that's the show palace where the vice presidential candidate of the APC will be voting, Kashim Shettima. So, INEC is yet to arrive with materials for voting to start. And then some of the polling units close to the show's palace also have already started voting. But there are very, very few voters who came out to vote. Although here, normally in Maiduguri, at the early hours, the activities, the day comes to like around 10, 11. But people are coming out and there's no movement to security agencies to moving around.
Yes, Kurtzi, you said that Maiduguri comes alive a bit later than other places, but today's election day. Shouldn't we see more people trooping out to their polling units, considering that the voting will end at 2:30?
All right. Movement of people. Normally, that's how the town is. Like, people come out.
All right. Thank you so much, Kurutsi, for the update. We will definitely reconnect with you later. Right now, the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku, is at the moment casting his vote, even though there are lots of crowd, lots of people trying to capture this particular moment. So it's difficult for us to see what is actually happening. But then, he's actually doing it right now.
Yes, but why are there so many people around him, though?
Everyone wants to.
He's a VIP.
Okay, they are all photo.
Everybody
I
wants
think
to
most of them are journalists trying to get the moment.
Okay. Yeah, it's momentous.
Yes, but I hope that in Adamawa State, that's not the only place that has started voting, maybe because the presidential candidate is there. I hope that other areas too have started, because, I mean, it's 9/12.
I want to talk briefly on this Africa Time syndrome, which is not good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should encourage Nigerians to go out. Forget about Africa. If they say 8, go out 8. If it is 9, go out 9. Forget about it's African time. They will not start until 10.
But aside that, is it like a ceremony? You know, when a candidate has a particular polling unit, he has to be the first person to cast his vote first before every other person joins in.
It's the psyche in Africa. You know, we attach this thinking of making things ceremonial all the time.
All right, Hamza, we'll have to cut you short.
Yes.
We're going back to Lagos, where Alade is standing by.
Good.
Hello, Alade. Can you hear us? All right, earlier when you spoke with us, you said... Yes, earlier when you spoke with us, you said nothing was there, INEC officials hadn't come, no security personnel, all of that. What is the situation now?
Well, the situation remains the same. We have not seen the INEC official, but now we have seen a group of EFCC officials, so they just came and and they have left. But then we have not seen anybody for my name. Nobody yet for my name.
Why? And no announcement, nothing at all.
No, nothing that we made. There is no announcement yet.
You said you saw EFCC officials. Did they do anything? Did they say anything?
Yes.
Okay. So can you actually take a few interview from voters who are actually there, so we get to know what their expectations are, for this elections?
Okay.
Yes.
I want to be here in the chief executive to the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Anthony Kakoshide, who will also be voting at this program. So I'm going to interview him now. So that, thank you very much. Okay, so far, what is your impression?
Okay, so I don't know what to say really, because this is kind of strange to me. After 9:15 or thereabouts, we still haven't seen anybody. The INEC officials are not here as we speak, and what you can see, and then we have a whole lot of media presence here. I mean, it's understandable. This is where the presidential candidate of one of the parties will be casting his ballot. So you expect, a large representation of the media in its polling unit where will be casting his ballot. Incidentally, that's where I am also going to be voting. I expect that INEC officials should have been here. And being an interested party, I've been receiving a lot of calls from other places that INEC officials are not there. Right from Agigi up until this place, I don't know what is going on. And I think that it's not good enough if we do not have INEC officials as at 9 minutes past 9 o'clock. And the voting is supposed to start at exactly 8:30 a.m. This is clearly almost an hour after. Now we do not even have their presence. If we had their presence and there are some technical itches or glitches here and there, we will understand. But that we do not have them here is not something I feel is commendable. But then we should give them time. We should give them some time. We should bear them. Maybe they're experiencing some, because we're trying to get across to some of their office, but nobody is talking about it.
Okay, sir. Do you think that this is going to affect the voters for this election?
Okay, well, if you understand the psychology of election itself, when delay the process, you can, I don't know if your camera can turn to the other side. Those are potential voters. It's only natural when people stand in the sun for upwards of 2-3 hours and they're not seeing anything happening. It's almost natural for them to want to turn back to go to their house. We hope that's not going to be this. But then we, want to say appeal to INEC to quickly send officials to all the polling units. People can, exercise their right to go back to their various homes.
Okay, sir. Let's talk about security so far. The state are calm. So, do you think that the security are on top of their game for this election?
I want to give a pass mark for now. I want to pass mark to the security agency. They've been on top of their game. People have been sending different narratives in the last couple of weeks about the election. Oh, the state is going to blow up. But the chief security officer of the state, the person of the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has been top of the security situation in Lagos State. And up until this minute, no incident at all, has been recorded about security glitches. The police have done very well. All other security actors that we have in Lagos, they've done very, very well. So I think we're on top of the situation. Everybody's peaceful. I think what's important for people of Lagos to have these election, conduct the election, take their ballots for their preferred candidate, then they go home.
Nobody wants to fight. We're not interested in fighting in Lagos.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. So, I think that is Mr. Gbenga Akosele. He's the CPS to Lagos State Governor. Hello?
All right, yes, we can actually hear you. Thank you so much. I think, yes. Thank you so much, Abiodun Alade, for that interview. At least it actually gave us an insight of what the officials are actually expecting, what the candidates are actually expecting, and seeing that the Akosele actually said, the CPS actually said that, even in some other polling units from Agege and all that, the materials have still not arrived. They've not started, casting their ballots, even as at this time.
That was what I was thinking about.
Yeah, some people would actually think, the INEC is deliberately trying to disenfranchise them, because once it's 2:30, will they be given more time to cast their ballots, or will they stop
have no
them?
option.
No, like Hamza has said consistently since morning, once you're on the queue. So the important thing is, even when you get there and INEC officials are
just remain on the queue.
Just stay on the queue. When you're on the queue, INEC officials will not say, go home, it's 2:30. They will not do that. Yeah. So before we joined Biodun, you were talking about Africans or Nigerians and this African time thing.
Yes, and why am I saying that? Maybe some of the INEC officials too will have this feeling that after all, the voters will not come out. They will say it will be by 10. No, let's not do that. Let's forget about this African time syndrome, because it's what is actually affecting us. Time is precious. You can imagine if they had started by 8:30. We already have almost an hour lapse now.
Yeah.
So how do we recover it? If you quantify it in terms of monetary value, it is very huge. And these are city capitals, right?
But is it possible to have polling units where elections won't even take place?
Very likely. Very likely. I am a political reporter.
Is that possible? Because, before now, INEC chairman said that over 200 polling... 240.
Across 28 states.
Yes, and he said...
Those ones are settled.
Yes, and he said it was because they didn't have registered voters.
Yes, but you can see from the time he mentioned that to this hour, we had some issues. Look at in Imo, for instance. Core members rejected posting to 3 local government areas. What will happen? And core members constitute the large chunk of election officials. So maybe we have to make effort to hear from our reporter in Imo going forward.
There was also a report yesterday that there were some communities that were displaced, people in those communities were displaced 3 days ago. So what happens to those people? When I was reading, I was just thinking about the elections.
It's really sad, and I hope that it should stop at that. Because by the time we continue to have these incidents, it will affect the integrity of the election in general. Because already those 240 units are across 28 states. Now we're having more incidences. And we're not even talking about places that have this aura of silence of the graveyard. What do I mean? The people are just there. They are not being even approached by the officials because of the difficult nature of their place. I remember when I was reporting from Yola, this was about 18 years ago, the INEC chairman there said they have some areas that they need canoes, there are areas they need donkeys, there are areas in Borno.
But that was 18 years ago. Would that still be the situation now? Where you have
very
to go
likely,
with donkeys?
very likely.
So they're not accessible roads.
They are not accessible by road.
Till date?
I'm telling you.
You have to go there.
You have to, yes. If you now go to far northern Borno, I'm talking about areas across the Lake Chad. You need these canoes. So have we put into consideration this issue of insecurity that, okay, to even take the election materials using the canoes, you have to protect them. Do we have them? Somebody called me some weeks ago talking about the vice presidential candidate that at the time they went to a certain community across the Lake Chad, you understand? And that was the first time those people were seeing government official.
So what happens? These people, they don't vote? They don't do anything?
Wow.
But the INEC and the government, they are aware of that there are this.
They are. So what I'm saying is, we pray that they make extra efforts. Of course, they have captured them. INEC has done a lot in capturing the entirety of Nigeria, because if you look at the map, you know, the polling units and all that, they have cascaded this process up to the minimal distance. But reaching out, we're talking about Lagos, where the presidential candidate of the ruling party is going to vote, and they are still expecting election. So what happens to someone in Kona, someone up the Mandara mountain?
Okay, Hamza, now I actually wanted to ask you this earlier. Now, the EFCC posted a few days ago that they intercepted 32.4 million naira allegedly meant for vote buying in Lagos, and they're all in new naira notes.
There was also another person
that was arrested
in Rivers, right?
Okay, with dollars,
with
right?
dollars,
Yeah.
yes. And even this morning I saw story of another arrest, I think, around, you know, one of the states in the north. It's really bad, and there is desperation, of course.
All right, just hold your thought there. We'll come back to that. Now, let's reconnect with Aaron at Sahel. He's in Yola right now. Hello, Aaron. Aaron, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, please go. I think he has someone he actually wants to interview right now. Okay. Well, while we get to reconnect with him, Hamza, you actually say.
I was saying, there is desperation on the side of the politicians. You know, earlier I said there is the good and the bad side of this new Naira policy. Of course, they were able to tame politicians from vote buy, but it was temporary because they have many ways of doing it. And in fact, we have started seeing the new notes now circulating.
So are you saying the reason why there was a serious cash crunch?
Yes, I've started seeing them, not in my hands, but I've started seeing people use
the reason why there's a serious cash crunch is because, you know, most of the monies, you know, already given to the banks were hoarded.
Honestly, because
by politicians.
we had cause to ask questions. We deploy our reporters to actually look around the houses of these politicians, and they came out with positive, let me put it in court, positive verdict that indeed some of these politicians have the new Naira notes, and they have started bringing them out.
But what does this actually say about them? Do they have the Nigerian masses at heart at all? Because these are the people coming out.
All right. Hamza, before you take that,
yes.
let's cross over to Bauchi State now, where our reporter is standing by.
Are you with me? Hello?
Yeah, hi, hello, we can hear you. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
We're very fine, thank you. Thank you for asking. How is Bauchi this morning? What's going on?
Yeah, Bauchi is cool.
Has voting started? Have you seen electoral officials?
Not yet. At the moment, at the Zungu Primary School, which comprises about 3 polling units here, and as I'm speaking to you, the election did not commence because I asked the presiding officer, which he told me the reason why the delay. He said it's from the collection center at the local government office.
What exactly did he say? He told you that it's from the collection center. What is happening at the collection center? They are not able to pick up the materials?
The evacuation of the materials, because I asked him why the delay. He told me that they did not receive their own at the time they're supposed to come and started testing the names. So at the moment they have tested the names, people are queuing, checking their names, whether they appear here, because there's 3 polling units here. 019, they told us it's arrived, then 081, 082 did not arrive yet. So that is another issue that makes them delay. For them, did not start the election proper at this moment.
Okay, so do you think the people will be able to cast their ballots in time for the elections to be over?
Yeah, they will be able. That is the assurance, because I asked some of them. They said that there's no problem here, because they are doing it in a manner whereby one after the other checking their names in an orderly manner. We don't have any problem. So some have already seen their names. Some are already checking. Some they have directed to change the other, that is the close by polling unit, whether their name fall in that list.
Well, this checking on names, that was supposed to have been done before today. Is there a particular reason why they are doing that today?
So I asked them the same issue. They said that they were told by the INEC officials they have merged all the units. Their unit is very close to this one, so they merged it. So when they came, they realized that their name is not here, is not appear in the list there. So they have to go back to other areas which they normally used to do before to check whether their name is there. That is the situation at the moment in this place.
All right. Thank you very much for talking to us at this moment. We'll come back to you later, and we hope that by the time we come back, voting would have started. Thank you.
All right, Hamza, let's go back to you. Now, we're actually talking about, the politicians, if they really have the masses at heart, because these are the same people who actually came out to, fight the cash crunch, saying the policy, that's the narrow design policy, is this is the wrong time and implementation is not up to par. And then we still have, a lot of them stacking in these new narrow notes.
Yes, they are talking from two sides of their mouth, the politicians. Number one, of course, as I said earlier, the timing was wrong. Even though the policy, excellent, nobody will fault the policy of redesigning Naira or, changing how you spend it and all that. But politicians are desperate. Many of them did not perform, and many of them believe that they will buy their way at the end of the day. So this is partly responsible.
So you're saying it might happen, even though it hasn't happened yet? Because I was actually about to ask if the redesign policy has actually, gotten the result it wanted.
I don't think we are just committing errors while trying to correct the mistakes we committed in the past. It's really sad.
All right. Well, right about now, we will be linking up with Abdullahi Yemadi. He's in Katsina State. Right about now, he's actually in Daura. And this is, hopefully, he's actually at the polling unit where the president will be casting his ballot. Hello, Abdullahi Yemadi. Good morning and thank you for joining us.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
So can you give us a situation report on, what is happening in Daura at the moment?
Well, in Daura is cool and calm, and of course the polling unit where President Muhammadu Buhari is expected to come and cast his vote, all is well, because election materials arrive this polling unit since 7:30 a.m. and all the expected staff that are going to conduct the election were here since morning. And of course, accreditation has commenced, and of course, even voting has just started. There are 884 registered voters in this polling unit, and of course, like I said, people have been forming queues, being accredited, and of course, voting and accreditation are going on simultaneously. So this is what is happening right now. People are anxiously waiting for the president to come and cast his vote, and that's where we are now.
All right, Abdullahi, I'm sure you are in contact or in talks with your colleagues across the state. It's a good thing that voting has started in this particular area, but across the state, do you have an idea of what's happening?
it is all success story entirely, honestly, because from reports you have been receiving across Katsina State, we have 34 local governments, but only few local governments where we have these bandit-infested communities that have not yet received the election materials. For instance, we have heard from some parts of Jivia, Basharisa, Panasarisa that are yet to receive their voting materials. But there are a lot of assurances that voting will hold in almost all the 34 local government areas of the state. So we keep on waiting to see from now to 11, 12 noon to see whether the election materials will arrive the community, rather polling stations, and see what will happen.
Okay, so what about the security situation in and around Katsina?
Security situation is perfect because from Katsina to Daura is a 80 kilometer drive. But from the heart of Katsina to Daura, there are so many security checkpoints. And even in Daura here, particularly at this polling unit, there's a heavy security presence. And there are a lot of assurances that this election is going to hold peacefully. And from what you can see and from reports you have been receiving, a lot of security has been deployed in various polling units, wards, and so on and so forth, where this election is expected to hold.
All right. Do you have any idea of when the president will be coming out to cast his ballot?
Well, the president is expected to come to this polling unit any moment from now. All is set. Our colleagues, journalists, security, and almost everyone that has a stake here is almost ready to receive the president to command first accreditation and, of course, suspend voting.
All right, thank you so much, Abdullahi Yamadi. Now, with all the way from Katsina, thank you so much. We'll reconnect with you later. Now, let's move on to Shafi'u Suleiman. He's actually live at the CDD Situation Room. Shafi'u, good morning, and thank you for joining us. Please give us an update of what is happening, in the situation with the CDD Situation Room.
Okay. Thank you very much, Husseina, and of course, colleagues out there, Stella and Malam Hamza. We're right now, just like you said, at the Election Analysis Center of the Center for Democracy and Development at the Transcorp Hilton. Of course, this morning, as you can see in the background, personnel working for the CDD for the election been much busy, collating information from across the country with regards to the conduct of this election. But with me right now is the Executive Director, Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, talking about Ed Hassan. We'll be engaging her to give us an update with regards to the conduct of the exercise. Ed, good morning.
Good morning.
Right. You've been on down, in the last couple of days. Particularly between yesterday and today, in terms of preparation, what are the updates so far being received of the country?
I think so far so good. Things as at this point are actually going on fine in many parts of Nigeria. I think officials have set up in other places they are arriving, and citizens have also trooped out to actually exercise their choice. I think it's inspiring also to see that even our observers, some of them are arriving at their different polling units as early as 6 in the morning, telling you the enthusiasm, the zeal of people to actually participate in these elections.
Okay, if I understand the position, virtually everyone is prepared. INEC, as an election management body, has done what is needed in terms of deployment, logistics, and perhaps the preparing for the commencement.
I think that really, in terms of preparation, you can never be prepared when it comes to elections. Even as election observers, we always have sitting challenges, then we get ourselves. But in the next hour, we would actually, because poll officially opens at 8:30, I'm sure in the next 20 minutes we would be able to get an idea of the commencement time for the polls across the country.
Right, okay. Then this apprehension and concern with regards to security, especially in some states of the Federation, what are the feelers in terms of the electoral atmosphere, the environment? How is it, is it a way for the electors to go, and what exactly is the situation?
I think the security deployment for the election so far is okay to be working fine.
Okay.
As we've spoken to several of our observers, we have been saying that they are confined to environments where they are. So like now I have a hack on municipal currently, I don't have national, which means I cannot go to national. And in most of the cities there have been form of diplomacy. But as you know, in elections, this is the opening of polls. We will start getting indication of exactly what is happening by 12 as more people go out to vote. We remain optimistic that it's the stakeholders all actors should put their best in to ensure that everything goes on well for this country.
Okay. In terms of what Nigerians should expect for the analysis center at the CDD, what exactly do we have on the table today?
I think we had out on the table today. We'll be having our first brief, which will talk about the commencement, what we saw, what happened by 11 o'clock. We will be beyond that, actually carrying we have magnifying glass. That's what symbol of the CDD election analysis really is. So we want to look into all the processes from the beginning of the electoral period to relate it to what happens on this day of election, because the election process is not a one-day event. And we want to ensure that we give citizens enough confidence in this whole process. But on the one hand, beyond that, we are also trying as much as possible to douse tension. We want that we are there, we are watching, and we want to look at the end of the process to build confidence, to have our media recognizing that information is becoming very important in the election. In fact, if we look from the beginning of the calendar, and what we are currently seeing from lots of fake news on the social media, we are forever there at checking, but reporting to make sure that this disinformation taking away at their platform, while also working of social network, like a network of social media influencers to amplify in such a way that we can election-related action and discover in this dimension. Media as well, I think Daily Trust is here. Media partners, we have 6 men who are working with us since the last cycle. Today we are working, sharing, but also working to improve the intake information in this standing today. And we have a team of panelists, and our team of analysts are the best that extend the understanding of Nigerian elections from comparative point of view, either from the West Africa view of elections, spanning different continents of the world. We not just want to say this is what to relate it to the issues in Nigeria, while countering. All right. And if there will be a shift for 2020.
Thank you very much, Hidayat, as the Director, Center for Democracy, right here at the Election Analysis Center. We're getting, the feelings across through the various observers. Lloyd, to it and sisters. Thank you very much. We look forward to the prelude statement, which is coming off by 11. Thank you very much. From the Assist Center here at the Transcorp Hilton, Suleiman, reporting for Trust TV.
All right, thank you, Shafiu Suleiman, for that. We'll definitely be coming back to you as the show goes on. right about now, we are crossing over to Oshogbo in Osun State, where Hamid Oyegbade is standing by. Good morning, Hamid.
Hello, good morning.
How are you this morning?
Yes, good morning.
All right, good. Please give us an update of what is happening where you are. Has voting started?
Okay, the voting started very early.
Wow.
As early as 8 a.m.
Wow.
Voters came out very early before the officials. And the turnout is very large. People came out in numbers. And the voting materials also arrived on time. Security operatives also came out on time. And the process is going on very smoothly.
Okay, so is this particular... Okay, go ahead.
Some of the people that we saw on the queue expressed satisfaction with the process. Thank you.
All right, so you said it started quite early, even though, you know, voters were around before the officials. Is this obtainable in do you have information if it's obtainable in every other polling unit in the state?
Yes, everywhere I visited, I saw that the voters came out on time, particularly at Ward 4, Unit 13 at Fagwesa. The voters came out as early as 6:30 a.m. and the officials arrived at 7:30. So the crowd was much and people were rushing to check their names on the list. And the moment they saw their names, they proceeded to the queue and the voting started on time.
All right. Walk us through the accreditation process. Any issues with the beavers? Is everything going on according to plan?
Yes, the beavers was working perfectly. In some of the places I visited, the voters accredited and voted immediately. So, beavers came fine.
Oh.
Okay, so what about top government officials? Have they been coming out to vote? Do you have an idea?
No, most of the areas I visited, the candidates and the functionaries and political office holders are not yet out. We only saw the people, the residents, the voters trying to exercise their voting right.
All right, thank you so much, Hamid Oyegbade, for an update of happenings in Oshogbo, the Osun State capital. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's come back to you.
Hamza, he said something that was very impressive.
Very impressive.
Voting started at 8 a.m., even as against the 8:30.
Honestly.
What do you make of that?
Enthusiasm, even though maybe in the eye of law.
I was wondering, yes, I mean, if it was to start at 8:30.
That is not correct, but you can see the enthusiasm. I was actually happy hearing Hamid saying people, have gone out in numbers. It's a glimmer of hope. And I hope this will resonate across the country. But one key thing that we should take note is there are peculiarities. Probably there, I've been to Osun, small state. So maybe it's easier to now share the election materials compared to other places we cited in the course of our conversation. But I hope they get out. Conducting an election in Nigeria is one of the most expensive in the world. Everything is expensive. So movement is expensive. You need security operatives. The ballot paper is as good as legal tender, in terms of the security and all that.
So I'm going to cut you there. Just hold on for a bit. Let's cross over to Ibadan in Oyo State, where Kafi Adenike is standing by. Kafi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
So walk us through it. How is it going in Oyo, in Ibadan, where you are?
Election is going on here. There is large turnouts of voters. Most of them are elderly. Most of them are about 40 years old. There is a very low turnout of youth, I mean, 20, 30 years old and below. And the most outstanding thing is that most of the wards visited here, most of the polling units visited here in Ibadan North East. There is no security operatives around, no police, none of them. But there are voters here on standard, and the voting process is going on smoothly and peacefully.
All right, but what is the security situation around the polling units?
There is peace, there is relative peace. But the people are asking questions that why there is no security operations here.
All right, thank you so much, Kafi Adenike, for sharing details of happenings on election in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Thank you so much. All right, let's come back to the studio. Hamza, let's actually talk about, I've been tempted to ask you this question about the candidates themselves. Would you say it's a 3 or a 4-horse race? And also, who do you think is tipped to win? Predictions?
Well, first, I want to believe that the 18 candidates are equal to the task. They all have their pedigree and they have their constituencies, and each one of them, we brought many of them here, to Daily Trust, and we interacted with them, and they were upbeat that they will win. But frankly speaking, all over the world, you see that chances are narrowed to specific number, even in the US.
All right, Hamza, there's something that has been bugging my mind. When we talk these elections, everybody talks about presidential. Not a lot is being said about the Senate and the House of Representatives, and that election is holding today as well. Which is even
more important.
I mean, there are more people.
Yes, which is more important. We are going to elect 109 and then 360, House of Reps members, 109 senators. But why Nigerians
on the screen right now is a person with disability.
Wow.
Yes, going to cast his ballot at Area 10 in Abuja. But, before you go on with, the candidates, Hamza, can you tell us what you think about some of these reports coming out of some of these states? Especially the last two ones, that's
I can see 2 polls apart here.
There's another physically challenged person
which is
too.
Which is very good. Even though, in those vying for offices, from the statistics, we are very dismal. But you can see they want to exercise.
And not long ago, a representative of the group of people living with disability was on Trust TV, and he said that this particular election, special recognition was given to people in this group, and that things were made available to enable them to vote easily.
They put the boxes a bit low. Yeah, you can see that guy that actually pushed himself. He had to now.
So are you saying they didn't make provisions for them?
Well, they said they have.
They said they have, and there was something that he said when he was on the show. He said that they have made it so that the people in this group vote first.
Okay,
so maybe that's why this is happening, and that is really
But you
good.
can see, despite the fact that only 6 people with disability are vying for 360 seats and 4 for the Senate.
But that's an improvement when you look at previous years. So maybe we'll keep getting better in that regard.
Exactly. The question you ask, I think it has to do with security. Southwest is more peaceful when you put it on the scale compared to the North. So maybe people there, they feel more relaxed to go out, and that is why we have this larger turnout in Osun and in Oyo State. I may be wrong, but I think we cannot dismiss this argument.
Okay, now we actually saw a report from the CDD Situation Room, and then, you know, it actually reminded me of what the INEC said, saying that it accredited 229 groups, you know, bringing 146,913 observers from different, you know, both internationally and domestically to observe, you know, the polls today. Why do you think, you know, the international community is so interested, you know, in today's polls, or in the polls, in Nigerian polls, in the elections?
Nigeria is presumably the pride of the world. This is a country that hosts the largest number of the blacks across the world. Look at our population, over 200 million. We're a rich country. We have potentials. And let me tell you, it's not just coming to observe. Some of these people are actually coming to ensure that things go well, because at the end of the day, they stand to gain. Nigeria is rich. We have enormous potentials, and we have diplomatic relationship with almost all these countries that are coming here.
And maybe because our democracy is deepening. I mean, if you look at reports from other countries in the past 2 years, you see return of coups and all of that. So I think the fact that we are getting it right,
yes,
or appear to be getting it right,
and it's like this election alone is like conducting election in Africa with additional 40 million people that you should take outside West Africa. You understand? Conducting an election in West Africa, put it together, all the countries. This election we are holding today is equal to that. And you have to even take 14 million maybe from Central Africa. So it's really huge. So it's not unexpected, even though it's the highest number we got in recent times. Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, thank you so much, Hamza Idris, for detailed analysis of the elections this morning on Nigeria Decides. And we hope once you leave here, you would go to cast your ballot as well.
Sure, I have it here. I'm ready to go and cast my vote.
All right, we'll take a quick breather, and when we come back at the top of the hour, the show continues. Stick around.
This is the president. This is senatorial.
No, red. But this ink is not enough. Can you just go ahead then?
The ink
I don't know. Now like this. But what I mean is that I don't know which one will be Senate, which one will be
He is written here now.
Yeah, show me the place.
Yeah, read that here. Who pushed me down now?
Chipman, Sadatu,
May we know what is happening here, man?
All right, welcome back. You're watching the live coverage of the 2023 general elections. I am Ayuba Ilya. There you saw sight and sounds of the elections going on in some locations. While it has begun in some, it is yet to start in other locations. We'll be talking much more and be getting phone calls and live feeds from the field as to what exactly is going on out there. I have in the studio Baba Yusuf, strategist, policy analyst, and CEO of Global Investment and Trade Company that will be helping me to make sense of some of the things that we'll be seeing today on this election. Thank you so much for joining us for this live coverage.
Thank you for having me, Ayuba.
Well, from the feeds that we've been getting so far, as at about 9:15, we are still saying that some materials are yet to be deployed to the polling unit. Specifically in Lagos, we saw that the polling unit where the presidential candidate of the APC was meant to vote, as at that time, we didn't see INEC officials or materials and all that. And that's quite strange, isn't it? Were you, I mean, did you see this coming?
Yes, I saw it coming because it has become a culture in Nigeria that keeping to time is always an issue, especially with a very important and critical project like this. Traditionally, when we hold general elections, we always see this kind of slippages, which is basically due to logistics issues. So I personally expected some slippages. I made a provision for an hour slippage, ahead of the time that was stipulated based on experience. So it's expected. We just hope the slippages will not extend too far. Otherwise, they will impact on the overall, timelines and delivery of this.
But isn't this worrisome? This is an election that is meant to start at 8:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. How will this affect, by the time you have officials arriving at polling units late, is it not going to affect the number of people that INEC will be able to accommodate for this election?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I call it slippages. From a project management perspective, when you have such slippages, they impact on the overall. It has a domino effect on the entire process, like you rightly mentioned. And let us not also forget that there's a critical, aspect of this election, the BIVAS, which we expect will impact on the, timeline of closure of each of the electoral cycle. One, because we are doing it wholesome for the first time, and therefore we expect, the first 1-2 hours to be a bit slower than normal. So definitely it will impact on the entire process. We just hope that the impact will not be far-reaching.
Well, we expect to get feedback from our viewers from across the country. Our phone lines will be open shortly for you to call us in and tell us what exactly is happening at your own polling units. Well, leading up to this election, Baba Yusuf, a lot of people have expressed optimism and are confident about this 2023 general elections. Maybe because of the electoral reforms that we've seen, and maybe also the deployment of technology, BIVAS, IREV, and the rest of them. Do you share the same optimism?
I do share the same optimism, especially because of the heightened level of political consciousness of the citizens, which is higher than almost any time in the history of this country, with all the seriousness it deserves from the citizens. That is a very important one. And of course, based on that, the electoral reforms and the technology deployment to execute this very important project, indicates how important it is. We hope and pray that the outcome will be free, fair, and credible.
Well, a lot of people have expressed concern, leading up to the elections. Several factors: issue of security, issue of the cash crunch, the fuel scarcity, and whether or not, in fact, there are skeptics who've, at some point, share the idea that perhaps this election is not even going to hold. We are going to see postponement and all of that. To what extent do you see this impacting on the turnout of voters?
Yeah, it's also always this, what I call, we always have this butterfly in the stomach, rightly so, build up to all elections. I remember 2019, I remember 2015, and the anxiety, apprehension build up to the election. So yes, we had a lot of discussions about possible postponement, possible interim government and all that. But we are here today. Importantly, like you mentioned, what is important is at the end of the day that the process is followed through in a way and manner that it restores and maintains the confidence of the citizens of this country. And of course, at the end of the day, we have an election that will be credible and acceptable to all. And we pray that we have the leaders that will take this country forward.
Well, issue of vote buying. It's a major issue in our elections. Yesterday, we saw that the Nigerian police made some arrests, the EFCC as well. We heard about 32 million naira cash of the new naira notes. And we also saw in dollars about $5,000 of cash in the hands of a lawmaker who is, in this election and all that. There are those who argue that, well, I mean, vote buying is not really going to matter this time around because Nigerians, there is that awareness, and all that. What's your assessment of the level of awareness on the part of Nigerians not to engage in, vote buying?
Yeah, it depends on how you see the cup, how full or half empty. The policy that was implemented, albeit with very negative impact on the citizenry, is also affecting the political class. Like you have mentioned, the arrests that we have seen, maybe there will be more arrests. That has indicated that vote buying or the intent to buy vote is still part of the political process in Nigeria. But with regards to vote buying on the part of the citizens, I reckon that there will be what I call either highly reduced intent to do vote trading, if you call it, on the part of the citizens in terms of taking money and voting for a particular candidate because of the kind of reality that has hit the citizens, because of the political consciousness in the minds of the citizens, that time and again their votes are bought over for chips and they get no value for 7 to 8 years. And people are tired of that. You also hear people saying they will collect the money, but they will vote for who they want. So that is why I said it depends on how you see the cup, half full or half empty. But importantly, the grip on the cash by the federal government has impacted on the cash flow, if you like, of the electoral process in terms of vote buying. And we just hope and pray that there will be consistency and sustained efforts to curtail the vote trading.
Well, all right. There's also this issue of, this consistent drop in voter turnout.
Yes.
Right from, I would say, in the last decade, we've seen consistent drop in the rate of voter turnout. Last election cycle, we had 35% turnout.
Yes.
And this is regardless of the fact that we've seen an increase in the number of registered voters. This time around, we're talking about 93 million, although 87 million collected the PVCs and the rest of them. Do you see a likelihood of having a change in this pattern in terms of turnout?
Based on expectations, we expect higher turnout of voters because of the political consciousness, because of the expectations, because of the realities we are facing.
Okay.
Which has reflected on the voter registration.
Okay, sorry. Just hold your thoughts. Okay. I've just been told we have Jude from Imo State joining us to give us some feeds from Imo. Okay. Hello, Jude. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah. Now, give us an update on what's happening in Imo State. Imo is a state that a lot of people will be looking out for in this election, considering the violence that we've seen and leading up to the elections.
Yes, good morning once more. The security is very high. People adhered to the stay-at-home order by INEC, so there was no movement at all. But generally, INEC officials are yet to report in most of the police stations. And most of the police stations I visited, you see the elderly just waiting for them. The youths appeared uninterested. They are just playing football along the street. As I'm talking to you now, I'm in Obize, one of the highly populated areas by the Hausa community. Everybody is going about their business and no polling official in sight. So that is the situation. In fact, there appears to be some kind of apathy because people appear not to be interested in this exercise.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jude. We will be coming back to you later for more updates from Imo State. Thank you so much. All right, we now have live feeds from Lagos, where we understand that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, is set to cast his vote. So we'll be going over there to get a feel of what's happening right there. So from the images that you can see right now on your screen, I'm sure the camera is trying to get the best angle to give us the live feed from there. But this is the same polling unit where we earlier got information that INEC officials were yet to arrive at that polling station. So now we are hoping that all is now set for the presidential election, for the presidential candidate of the APC to cast his vote, as well as other electorates who are there. We haven't gotten any information as to why the delay, but perhaps now we'll have a better sense of what's going on at that polling unit. We understand also that a lot of journalists and observers at that polling unit, rightfully so, because you definitely want to know what's happening in that place. So as we continue to get that feed, yes, you were talking about voter turnout and whether or not we are going to see a shift in that trend this time around.
Yes, the political consciousness, like I was saying, is very high, and the expectations also, of course, equally very high, which is reflected in the voter registration and the total number of people that have collected their PVCs. So we are expecting higher voter turnout than 2019. Of course, there are other factors that we have to look out for. One of them is the insecurity in some part of the country. We know that there is issue in the southeast with the sit-at-home order by the IPOB, and also the threat that people should not come out today to vote in the southeast, and other security challenges in the northern part of the country. Secondly, the cashless policy is also impacting this populace. Some movements may be hindered in terms of moving from, depending on the distance from where a citizen resides and where that citizen, has the PVC registered. Cash is almost not available for people to even move from one place to another or to feed. So especially when you move towards the hinterlands and the local areas. So that may impact on voter turnout at the end of the day.
All right. Well, some of these factors are things that have been with us for quite a while. Isn't it time we would have been able to find a way to get around them, looking at the fact that this has been consistent?
Well, this is part of the issue and part of the factors that will, that will guide the referendum, if you like, the election, the decision of the electorate on how they vote. Have some of the critical promises that have been made by politicians, have they been delivered? Today is decision time for Nigerians. Like you rightly mentioned, this has become a perennial problem. The issue of insecurity right from 2009, to date. Has it been escalating? Has it been reducing? Has there been some strategic, scaling down of this insecurity that will now guide the decision of voters to say, yes, there's an improvement, and I think I should go this way or I should go that way. Right. So definitely these factors will guide the decision of the voters.
All right. Now, aside the presidential, we are also having National Assembly elections today. Leading up to the election, I think about a few days ago, one of the candidates in the southeast, I think it's Enugu State, that was shot, that was killed, by unknown gunmen, as we have always heard. Do you think that we're giving as much attention to the issue of other layers of this election, like the National Assembly, in terms of scrutinizing the candidates? Because it doesn't end with having a good president. No matter how well-intentioned the president is, if he doesn't have other people working with him in terms of the National Assembly, also sharing the same vision and the same goal of improving the lives of Nigerians, there's going to be a problem. So in terms of the citizens paying attention to, prospective lawmakers, people who are also vying, it's something that needs some focus, isn't it?
I've always shared this position, Ayuba, and we'll use this opportunity to call the attention of the electorate. There is what I call too much focus on the presidency, as the case may be. And like I've always said, there is this school of thought I belong to, that the failure of leadership is not just the failure of what you call the focal point leader, but the failure of the leadership value chain. And in this context, like you said, the leadership value chain involves, in this case, you have the president, you have the governors, you have the legislature, whether it is federal or state. These are the critical players that enable governance, good or bad. And we also know there is a principle of separation of powers within our constitution. So if citizens focus on maybe voting for a fantastic president and lose focus in deciding to vote for the right candidates that will drive their legislature, then we should not expect anything to change for the better, because you will have what I call a trapped leader. No matter how good intentioned the leader is, if he does not have a supportive, progressive, above the board legislature, then his traction will be very slow, or he or she may not be able to deliver those promises that have been collectively given to the people. The same thing goes to the governors. We know that within the principles of separation of powers also, the governors run those states. And there is this either based on misunderstanding or also misplaced focus that the president, of course, rightly so, the buck stops on the president's table, but we should also know what is the scope of the president and what are the scopes of these governors. And so, like you rightly said, there's little attention given in terms of the kind of choices we make in terms of the governors and the legislatures. And I think that is part of the bane of the progress of our democracy in terms of delivery of the dividends of democracy.
Well, talking about democracy, in terms of our journey so far, I would like for you to give us an overall view of how we have progressed over the years in terms of the processes, from back in 1999 at the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Are you talking about the electoral process or the evolution of democracy?
Yes, the process, the electoral process.
I think we are maturing as a democracy. We are still evolving. We have, we are emulating an over 200 years old democracy, the United States of America. We also have the likes of the United Kingdom. When you compare, like you rightly said, the case study is from 1998 or 1999 to 2023, which is about 23 years old. Without making unnecessary excuses, I would say we are evolving. However, we are also a country that is evolving in the 21st century. And therefore, the consciousness should drive our progress and evolution as against comparative analysis with an over 200-year-old democracy, which the traction should be faster because we are more conscious, we are going in line with development, and our consciousness is different from what it used to be 50 years ago. And to that extent, one would have expected better progress in terms of our processes, the electoral process itself. But then again, if you ask me to rate our progress on a scale of 1 to 10, I will give us a 6. Why? Because if you look at the election, the outcome of the elections from 1999 to date, we will say we have made progress. If you compare, especially given now, we are doing a transition from a non-incumbent. The president has finished his tenure, right? Yeah. But you have an incumbent political party, the APC, which is similar to 2007, when General Olusegun Obasanjo was also finishing his tenure, but you had an incumbent PDP. The election at that time, as agreed to by many, including the then president-elect, Umar Musa Yar'Adua, that it was marred with irregularities and all that. And you compare to what we have today, or what we had in 2015 and 2019, you will see a lot of progression in terms of how we have fared, to the extent that in 2015, you had an incumbent, coming to say, accept the results of election and handing over seamlessly to an opposition party that won election. We have not gotten there yet, But I will say we are making progress. Could it be better? Oh, absolutely. But I believe we are not retrogressing. I believe we are progressing.
All right. All right. We are going to be taking feeds from Kano State, where we have our correspondent Idris Jibreen standing by to give us an update. But just before then, also there's the issue of the democratic culture in Nigeria, in terms of citizens' engagement with the process. Largely, you could see that most times decisions are made for some reason around ethno-religious sentiment as to who leads and who gets to what office and the rest of them. In that regard, are we doing any better than we have done in the past decades?
Nigeria currently is at its most polarized, states politically, ethnicity, parochial interests along the line of ethnicity, tribal sentiment, religion is highly visible, maybe due to the reduced confidence on the political evolution in terms of the process, in terms of delivery of the dividends of democracy. So yes, that is an issue, and we expect even the outcome of the election will be largely driven by these factors. The leaders that will emerge will be critical in changing this either perception or mindset, if you like, of Nigerians to that. I think the critical issue is due to the fear or due to the concern of the failure to deliver the dividends of democracy, also due to the current political system.
Is it likely that the political elites actually do anything about this narrative? Because it looks like some of them are feeding off this narratives. So is it something that you see a likelihood of the political class or maybe the political leadership taking a role in changing some of this?
Yeah, to continue what I was saying, I was actually getting to that, is that the leaders that will emerge will largely drive how we evolve. What am I saying?
Okay, sorry, hold on. Okay. Let's get Idris Jibreen from Kano. I understand he's waiting, he's on standby. Hello, Idris.
Well, this is the situation here in Konkoso town of Madobiloku government area of Kano State, where the NNPP presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Konkoso is expected to come and vote any moment from now. And as I am telling you right now, the voting have started in some of the polling boxes within this polling unit. There are a total of over 6 polling boxes here, including the one that the NNPP presidential candidate is expected to vote. Now you can see that hundreds of people have already arrived here early morning, waiting for the INEC officials to start the accreditation exercise. And I can report to you that this accreditation has already started, and in fact some people have already started casting their votes. I've been speaking with some people who told me that they have been here since 2 a.m. waiting. Some they started coming here as early as 6 a.m. this morning, and hundreds of people have taken their queue here, including women. They are all waiting for INEC officials to start voting, and in some polling units the voting has already started. And so far, from the time we've come here up to this moment, we have not had any report of violence or any disturbances. But you know, Kano is as sensitive as it may be. It's too early to predict that, but so far so good. Things are moving on smoothly in this Konkoso wards of Madobiloku government area of Kano State.
Have Idris Jibreen from Kano giving us feeds and updates on what's happening at the polling unit of one of the top 4 contenders in this election, that's in Konkoso town, talking about the presidential candidate of the NNPP, New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Musa Konkoso. We are waiting to see when he's going to arrive. We'll keep watch on that, and also we are expecting to see the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu cast his own vote. Earlier we saw him at the polling unit. It looked like the crowd was a bit difficult to control at the time, so we are hoping to connect back to that. So yes, back to what we are talking about, changing the narrative of religious sentiments.
Okay, like I was saying, why I said the next set of leaders, why this election is critical, is because all of them have made promises to us with regards to things that will be done that will change this narrative of polarization, or downplay it or remove it as much as possible. It cannot be 100% removed. It's a process. And one of the promises is the promises of restructuring. Okay, discussions about also the governance framework and methodology. Discussions about also what I believe should be, depending on the style of leadership or whoever emerges as the president in this context, is how does that person apply the principle or the ideology or philosophy of meritocracy in the style of governance when that person becomes the president. Because at that level, if that applies, if the president applies the principles of meritocracy, if the president sits down and ensures there is restructuring that will deal with these critical issues, it will go down the radar in terms of the governors also applying same. Because in this context, most of the time, the leader will lead by influencing. Whatever he does at that level will taper down naturally. And this issue of value reorientation, Ayuba, very critical.
Okay, so before you talk about value orientation, let's talk to our correspondent on the field, Jimmy Azande. Jimmy Azande joins us from Makurdi. Hello, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Jimmy from Benue.
All right, so what's the update there in Makurdi?
Well, it's marvelous, if you ask me. It's going smooth. The people seem to be very orderly compared to what we see in the past. I was at the INEC headquarters yesterday in the evening. As at 2 a.m., some local governments are still collecting materials. This morning I followed up and slept over in a local government called Way East. In the headquarters of Aliede this morning, as early as 7 a.m., I was out there on the street to see the preparations. I'm so happy to see the conduct of the security officers on duty. And then they're trying to control and make sure that everybody respects the no movement order. And then, of course, to the voting proper, as at about 9:55, the SPO actually distributed material, sensitive and non-sensitive, to all the polling units. I followed up to that point. And thereafter, I've visited not less than 11 polling units this morning. I can tell you that, like the analyst in the studio is saying, the people this time around are ready to vote for their consciences. And then, of course, especially because of the ideological stance that some, candidates are establishing. So it's orderly here, if you ask me. Now, I tried to reach out to my colleagues across other local government areas, and the situation is almost the same. It's calm in Benue as we talk.
Mm-hmm. So, but as it stands, has voting commenced? Because from all places, some of the INEC officials, were not at the polling units at the time we spoke to the reporters there. So, but where you are right now, has voting commenced?
Yes, at least I visited 11 polling units before your call, and I can tell you that all of them are voting. Yes, but I agree with people who are saying that because, like I said, just an hour ago that the SPU actually released materials that will be taken to hinterland. So it's possible that in some of these areas it will take some hours or maybe some good minutes before the materials arrive, those destinations.
All right. Thank you so much, Jimmy Azande. We'll continue to keep tab with you as you are there for us, bringing all the updates. We'll connect back much later.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, Baba Yusuf. So we were talking about, value orientation as regards, the federal character and how to unify the country generally.
Yes, so what the point of discussion is how we can scale down this serious polarization in the country. So the next item, I think, is the disposition or how the leader, in this case the president, the new president, will have a strategy of value reorientation, top to bottom and across board, in the country, which now will speak about what will be the entire cultural reorientation in terms of the country, the national reorientation of the country. The people he will put forward to drive that will be critical to the delivery of a value reorientation. That is a long-term process because culture change is difficult. There is the frontal end of it and there's the back office of it. The frontal end of it is what the president will do to show Nigerians that it's not about where you come from or the religions you profess, but it's about the Nigerianness in us, in moving the country forward. Hunger does not know religion. Hunger does not know tribe. Likewise, insecurity. Likewise, strife. And if the president that will emerge will address these critical issues, it will restore confidence in the minds of people to stop looking at these parochial factors to drive their decision and thinking and their coexistence, with each other. And I think these are very critical for the incoming president. Why I'm now focusing on the president is in this particular instance, it is the president that will drive this agenda to change the narrative, but importantly, not changing the narrative. The objective should be to change the mindset. And that change of mindset should start from whoever becomes the president.
Okay. All right, let's go to Jos in Plateau State, where we have Dixon Adama standing by with updates for us. Hello, Dixon.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us and on the show. Talk to us about what's happening in Jos.
Yes, the accreditation started as early as possible and needed voting. Yes, in some places there were low turnout of voters, and while in other places, or most places, there were high turnout of voters. The votes have already visited that of 041 in Jos South, local government area of Plateau State. I've also visited Lagos Ward 1 in Tibumada area of Jos North. And then I went to Zango Road by Police Barracks in Kufang, Jos South. And then Hill Station Junction Ward by MTN in Jos North. So what I observed is that the voters were coordinating themselves very smoothly. The machines were capturing them, whether their face easily or their fingerprints, and then the voting was going on smoothly, and there was no chaos or any kind of thing. In some places, there are not even security men on ground, but people were conducting themselves, and the INEC officials were up and doing as well.
Okay, good enough that we hear that INEC officials are up and doing. Are there any issues that you've observed with maybe the beavers or anything of that sort?
No, the beavers, so far the place I visited, nobody, I spoke to some persons, all they were being captured accordingly. They were not rejected, the beavers were working perfectly well, and we didn't observe any issues from the beavers for now.
All right. Thank you so much, Dixon. We'll continue to keep up with you as you bring us all the updates from Jos, the Plateau State capital. Thank you.
All right. My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Baba Yusuf. Well, we've seen by the data released by INEC some of the demography of this election in 2023, and the youth population seemed to constitute the largest, 26% of the total registered voters and the rest of them. Do you see, and I mean, going by the new registrations that we've had, in the past few months, we've seen also that the youth constitute the largest percentage of newly registered voters, about 7 million out of about 11 million of the registered voters. Do you think that this is likely to cause any kind of disruption or shift, especially if you consider the fact that this time around we are having 4 top contenders in the election?
Definitely. The youths will be critical contributors to the outcome of the 2023 elections, from the presidency to the governorship, all around, because the political consciousness of the youth in this context have heightened a great deal. And from the narratives we hear on social media, physical engagements, across the country, definitely the youths will influence the outcome of the election by casting their votes in line with their thinking, especially with regards to the candidates they believe will have an agenda and will actually deliver, in terms of what will be good for the youth of this country.
All right. Well, there are also other arguments about, the issue. It's one thing to have, registered for the election. It's another for you to eventually have your say in the election. That has to do with the issue of turnout. So we've seen that collected PVCs, about 87 million. In terms of the distribution, we've seen that some states have done really very well.
Yes.
We've seen up to 99% collection rate in some states, and the rest of them. What could probably be responsible for the kind of enthusiasm that we've seen?
I think reality has hit us and we are smelling the coffee, Ayuba. People now more than ever want not just leaders. They want to see good governance. They want to see leadership at play that will progress this country. And people are more than ever aware that they actually don't have a vote, but they have a say, if you like, on what or how this country should move forward. So they are all out. Like you rightly said, what remains to be seen is by the end of today, for example, to hear the kind of turnout we have in terms of percentage of turnout. But if we are looking at the intent, ab initio of the citizens, and particularly the youth of this country, there is high interest and high apprehension. People are very excited to come out and exercise their civic responsibility, recognizing that not doing so is actually a system of voting in itself. If you don't go out to vote, you are actually also saying that whatever the outcome is, you have accepted. And let me say this while we are at it. There is this other fraction or this other segment of society that we always overlook when we are discussing about voter turnout, apart from the youth. And that is what you call the middle class of the society. And in this case, people said, is there a middle class? And I said, there's no gap. The likes of you and I can be categorized as middle class. And the people that work in civil service, in private sector, in the middle or top echelon of those organizations mostly don't actually come out to vote. I give credit to the political evolution of Nigeria, to the palm oil seller, to the Okada riders, to the shoe shiners, market women. Those are the people that have consistently come out to vote. Albeit we sit down and say those people do not have the discerning mind to vote for the right leaders. These people sell their votes. So we hope that this time around, as we have also seen reflected in the outcome of the voter registration, and we saw in the media people from this strata of society also coming out to register and get their PVCs, we hope they will make impact based on this inferred discerning mind in terms of the kind of people that will drive the vehicle of this country moving forward. So that remains to be seen. And since we are voting, I'm using this opportunity to call out on that segment of society for us to stop this armchair politicking and armchair criticism, to go out and cast our vote, because then we can have the moral right to challenge leadership. Then we can say we are part of a political process, not for us to come and criticize government after the fact when we actually have not been part of the political process, as the case may be.
All right. There are those who talked about the influence that governors are likely to have on the whole process and everything. We've seen, accusations, allegations on some governors, how they've been so involved, and sometimes accusations of trying to use their thugs to intimidate and the rest of them. To what extent do you see this happening in this election?
In this election, two things are happening in this election. One is, again, for want of sounding like a broken record, because that's the fact, the political consciousness of Nigerians. This game of the political class is waning. They have to change methodologies. That is one, because people now want to see results. Performance are no longer going to be measured by events, and rightly so. Performance will be measured by results. People are feeling the vagaries of insecurity, hunger, strife, unemployment, whatever, as against the promises made to them, depending on who you are talking about, whether it is the governors or the presidency, whatever. The other one is that we have two classes of governors, as it were. We have what you call the lame duck governors, the governors that have finished their tenure of 8 years and they are about to leave. Okay? And then you have governors that have done the first tenure and they are going for second term, or they are in their second term, or about to go for the second term. But the first class of governors, they've been there, done that. And as we have seen from the narratives and the activities during campaign, people are tired and people are already doing what I call declare referendum on them. They don't have those influence that we thought they have. Even the thugs that are following them. One, now there is no cash to mobilize the thugs. I will use it as an allegation. Secondly, even where there is, that influence has waned, because first of all, what we are having is a secret ballot. Secondly, this BIVAS is a game changer in this election. It has removed, or it has whittled down the influence of the political players, not just the governors, the lawmakers and all the critical stakeholders that ab initio had that window to manipulate the system before now. And people, especially the youth, recognize that. And so therefore, the influence automatically has waned, as we have seen from the desperation of some governors from their utterances and running on the track, on the treadmill activities, if you like, running with no traction. Okay. The other group is the people that have done the first time going for second time. And people have seen where people have promised during the first time, they didn't deliver, they asked for opportunity for second time and they didn't deliver. So those people now have a tougher call to be able to have that influence on the people. Right. With regards to the thuggery, it is a critical issue, we agree. Okay. But then you will never know what happens when I'm thumbing whoever I want to vote in the kiosk.
All right. All right, now let's take more feeds from Zaria. This time around in Kaduna State, we have Bello Musa, our reporter there, to tell us more about what's happening. Hello, Bello. Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. What's the update in Zaria?
Hello?
Yes, what's the update? Go ahead, tell us the updates from Zaria.
Zaria is fine, and the security situation here is very calm. This level of security approach is at strategic location. Right now, I'm standing at the polling unit 21 in Zaria, where the Labour Party, that presidential candidate, that Kibaba Ahmed just came and passed his vote. And the... Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we seem to have issue getting a clear sound from you. We'll connect back to you, Bello, once we get a better sound. Yes, we have an audio issue there, but we'll connect back to him. Yeah, so you were talking about, but let's talk about something else, which is rearing its head in this election, the issue of split votes. There's a likelihood of having multiple winners from different political parties this time around, since we have this 4-horse race, so to say. Some have said it's a 3-horse race, but we've seen largely that 4 political parties have been very, very active in the entire process. So we are likely to see lawmakers emerge from these various political parties who are now having to sit in the same chambers to make laws and to take decisions on behalf of the country. So how would this play out? Do you see a likelihood of that happening, and whether or not that will be a booster for our democracy?
I believe it will happen. To the extent it will happen is what remains to be seen, because we had last-minute decisions. Of course, elections this time around more than ever before will not be driven by party affiliations, but by the focal point on the candidates. If that happens, to my mind, it will be a boost to our democracy, healthy debates at the parliament, bringing balance and reducing this overwhelming influence of one party having overwhelming majority, in legislature, for example. The only concern is how that will play out, because one of the traditions in our country is the moment a president emerges, and the government is settled in, you see a lot of cross-carpeting to the ruling party, and at the end of the day, you don't get the benefit of that expected balance from the opposition, putting the ruling party in check, as the case may be, because of this culture of bread and butter politics rather than politics of ideology. But by and large, let it first happen, and then we take it up from there. The critical players, like you mentioned, the frontline runners, I agree with you, will play a key role. And if those split happens in terms of who emerges, most especially that is expected at the legislative elections, state and federal. We expect the positive outcomes, as mentioned. The negative outcomes is politics of acrimony, where if that plays out and you have a majority of another party, rather than focus on delivering dividends or democracy, you will have a stalemate, of a legislature, either by the action of a governor or president or by the actions of the opposition legislatures. Like we have seen the drama that play out in the case of Edo State as a case study, which we hope not to see at the end of the day.
All right. Well, quite a lot. We'll be taking some rushes now from Kurudu, another part of Abuja, where elections, I would say voting, we understand is commencing right now. We also have live feeds from Lagos, but then before then, let's take a look at Kurudu, where voting has commenced. That's a very important part of the FCT.
But they say that the machine is not working, so they are taking it to Orozo for configuration. As you can see, many people, they are already stranded, like some are feeling disappointed. My friend just told me that he wants to go home and maybe eat or come back later. So they should do something fast so that we can vote and go home.
Well, that's all we have from Kurudu for now. We hope to join them back later and get more feedback from there. I'm in the studio with Baba Yusuf. He's a strategist, policy analyst, and CEO Global Investment and Trade Company, talking to us about some of the trends that we've seen in this election, the 2023 general elections. The president has time and again said how he is determined to leave a legacy of a free, fair, and credible elections in 2023. So far, from what we've seen, would you say that the president has matched his words with action?
So far, so good. I give the president a thumbs up on that, to be honest, Ayuba. His body language suggests that, and his actions also is looking towards that. From the signing off of the new electoral act, and all the activities, the budget for INEC, approval of all the cash backing, and even the policies around ensuring delivering an electoral process that will be free, fair, and credible. So far, so good. For example, what we have heard today across the states where we have gotten reports, we haven't heard any report of violence. We have seen people conducting themselves orderly. We've seen the INEC officials working properly. The BIVAS equipment so far, we've not had any, reports of failure. Of course, it's early days yet. The pressure is not yet on, but we expect things to go on. But if we go back to the question of the president himself, his commitment to delivering free, fair, and credible election, I think so far so good. I give him a credit for that. Thumbs up.
Except for the late arrival of election materials that we've seen in some of the polling units, going by the reports that we have gotten so far. So for INEC now, INEC uses ad hoc staff, and some of them are actual permanent staff of INEC and the rest of them. Is there anything we can do to change this trend? Earlier on, you mentioned the fact that this is almost becoming a habit. It's almost like a tradition. Deployment, an arrival, usually, even though we've seen that INEC have distributed the materials early enough. I saw that distribution of materials started, I think about on Wednesday or so, to reach some of the difficult to reach areas, yes. But yet, we are seeing that, like in Adamawa earlier on, when we spoke to our reporter there, it was about 8:45 a.m. The materials are yet to arrive and all that. How can we deal with this issue? Is it an issue of logistics, or is just an attitudinal issue on the part of the ad hoc staff?
First of all, that wouldn't be, I would take that responsibility away from Mr. President. At his level, he has done what he needs to do. Now down the chain of command, if you like, people that are there within the leadership value chain, again, using that phrase, people need to deliver. Otherwise, there will be a ripple effect or domino effect. Now, coming back to add to what you said, I agree. It has to do with logistics. It has to do with not just attitude, but culture, work culture of Nigerians, not just INEC. It cuts across all what we do, especially in the public sector, which actually has even permeated in some private sectors. It's a work culture issue. It's a work ethic issue. Then also, the strategy of INEC ab initio. What is their strategy? What is the roadmap? And how did they intend to deal with slippages when they happen and when they occur? Logistic issue is a very sensitive issue for electoral bodies like INEC across the world. So what they normally do is to provide buffers or fallback options or backup strategies or tactics rather to key into the overarching strategy to ensure that these slippages are minimized to the barest minimum, and that is a function of the critical actors around the value chain in this particular aspect of INEC. Talking about the staffing of INEC, normally it's a tradition around the world, to be honest. INEC cannot have on its payroll permanently the workforce that will drive a general election. It shouldn't even be encouraged, and it is not practical, it's not viable. So normally when there are elections like this, you have this ad hoc staff that will come and they call them to support staff, to support the process, and after which, they are disengaged. So, but these things we are seeing, I believe, in my opinion, is a function of a failure of execution quotient, which is a resultant effect of playing out a strategy playbook in ensuring they deliver a project like the general elections.
Okay. All right, now let's head on to Edo State, where we have Nefisa Bello standing by for us for an update. Hello, Nefisa.
Yeah, hello.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning.
So give us an idea of what's happening in Edo State.
Yes, right now, we're actually on transit. Past 8 or 9 this morning in the city center, that's Benin City, the Edo State capital.
Okay, so
we're yet to arrive.
Okay.
We're already on ground. Because we're also awaiting the arrival of INEC officials. But a few minutes ago, we just passed through Agbede, a community in Eastern West Local Government area of the state. Voting has commenced. The turnout is quite impressive. And everywhere seems to be down.
Okay. All right, Fatima, we'll be connecting with you later. Nafisa, I beg your pardon. We'll be connecting with you later for more updates. Thank you. All right. So we'll take a short breather now. I'm with Baba Yusuf, Strategist Policy Analyst and CEO, Global Investment and Trade Company. After our break, we'll be back and then to talk more on some of the issues around our elections. Join us again.
TV, documenting the Nigerian story.
All right, thank you for staying with us. You're watching the live coverage of the 2023 general elections right here on Trust TV, and we're reaching you from Abuja, Nigeria's capital. I'm here with Baba Yusuf. He's a strategist, policy analyst, and the CEO of Global Investment and Trade Company, talking to us about the trends in the 2023 general elections. Also, Stella is joining us again to join in the conversation.
Yeah, it's good to be back here.
I believe you freshen up now to fire up.
Yeah, rested a bit, yeah.
All right. Well, quite a lot of information from the subnational level, from the states, and from what we are seeing, INEC officials perhaps are gradually getting to some of the polling units in the states and all that. Again, there's this issue of deployment in Lagos, for instance, where there have been issues surrounding who to use for deployments. MC Oluomo, for instance, who we know is an associate of the APC presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think the opposition have gone to court to take on the matter, and we've seen that there's a court ruling with regards to that. But yet, we understand that the INEC in Lagos is still going ahead and all that. How will this happenings or something like this impact on people's perception about credibility here?
Yeah, well, it's sad because we have seen a very ugly trend emerging of lack of respect for court rulings and court orders. And this is not just at the level of INEC at state level, even at the presidential level. Of course, we also agree that the courts or the judiciary recently have also opened the vista for such kind of actions. That being said, to my mind, in my opinion, this is opening a window for potential litigation. If, for example, there's a subsisting court order stopping the engagement of the services of a particular vendor that is seen to be fully aligned to a candidate or to a political party, as the case may be, and is allowed to go ahead to execute, there is a possibility that someone can go to court to say, first of all, there is a contempt, there is a breach of the law, and then secondly, called to question the credibility of the process. We are not hoping for that, but there is no need for INEC to do that. We don't know the rationale behind it, but at a time where we are looking forward to free, fair, and credible elections, where there are options, it's not as if we're in a situation where there is no other option. I believe it would have been better to not even in the first place allow this to go to the court.
Okay. All right, sorry, I'll come back to you. Let's get feeds from Gombe. This time around, Ibrahim Ismail is there for us to tell us what's happening on the spot in Gombe State. Hello, Ibrahim.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you take us through, at least in brief?
I'm actually at the Gombe State capital. In Gombe here, the situation is peaceful, and people are casting their votes. But except for some areas where we have monitors, we observe that some areas do not have the INEC officials ready exactly at 8:30 as stipulated by the vote accreditation and voting is expected to start. But the situation is peaceful here in Uganda, and people are casting their ballots right now.
Okay, Ibrahim, can you talk to us about the turnout, voter turnout, where you are?
Actually, the turnout impressive here at the Sarasari West, where the governor also is expected to come and cast his vote. And people are going peacefully to exercise their franchise.
All right, Ibrahim, in areas where they are yet to commence voting, is there anything? Have they announced that they are coming, or have they said anything for the delay?
Right now, there is no official statement from INEC, and we are making efforts to contact them and hear maybe they have something to explain to the people. But actually, we have observed that in more than 2 polling units, as of 10 a.m., many people are stranded waiting for the INEC officials to arrive. And also yesterday night, on Friday, there were reports that some ad hoc staff of INEC were attacked by some trucks. Tonight, they went to the polling unit where they are expected to work without notifying the security. So when the trucks understand that the ad hoc staff were vulnerable, so they went and took the advantage and snapped their phones. Some of them were treated, but we spoke to the Gombe State spokesperson of the Tunisia, Mahid Moazi, to confirm to the Daily Trust that only one corps member was injured.
All right, what's the security situation in and around Gombe?
Yes. The security situation is peaceful actually, and also we have cited officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, who are also on standby, monitoring to ensure that there is no vote bias.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ibrahim Ismail, for that update coming up.
All right. It's a pleasure.
All right. Well, there you have it. Ibrahim Ismail from Gombe State. Well, something that sounds unusual is the presence of officials of the EFCC at the polling units. We saw that during the off-cycle elections in Osun State and Ekiti States. Now it's almost like EFCC is doing, normal deployments for elections.
Yeah, I think it has to do with trying to discourage the voters, what did you call it, vote buying. I don't know how consistent or sustainable that it will be. I hope there will be a review of the entire strategy to see how, as much as possible, voter buying will be discouraged or reduced to the barest minimum, because I don't think EFCC has the capacity in terms of boots on the ground and resources to continuously be part of the political process. That being said, we have a situation, and I think EFCC is involved to add value to the process to ensure that as much as possible this time around, vote buying is discouraged or completely stopped. So it's a welcome development. I don't know how effectively they are able to deploy across all the polling units in Nigeria. I don't know if they have that capacity, but wherever they are able to reach out, I believe there will be impact that will be valuable to the electoral process. And then also, it is part of what I call what we call in the street parlance, the initial gra-gra that will scare off, all potential vote speculators. So it's good. Yeah. Even their presence alone, I think, will add value to the process.
All right. Let's go to Niger State now, where we have Akote to give us some updates from there. Hello. Hello, Akote. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. So give us a brief of what's happening right now where you are.
Right now I'm at Oakville polling unit. We are the former Edo Secular to pass is not any moment from now. We learned that he's coming out any moment from now to cast his vote. But before they have gone around many polling units in Boso and Chanchana local government areas that formed the Minna State capital. And there is a commendable turnout of voters, both men and women who are ready to cast their vote. The only challenge some of them experience is that the automatic declaration of a new polling unit and automatic relocation of voters are actually affecting some voters, because up to this moment, some voters have not been able to locate their new polling unit. According to some of them, they didn't receive text message from INEC directing them to where they are going to cast their vote. Only for them to, only when they went to their previous polling that they were told that their names are not there, they were located, and they don't know where to cast their vote now. While some who received their text message a day before yesterday have not been able to locate their new polling unit to cast their vote. Aside the challenge of late arrival of electoral officials and materials, that has been resolved. Most polling units is now application has started, voting has started. Because the challenge of people not being able to know where they are going to cast their vote.
All right, Abubakar, there are lots of places in Niger State that the issue of insecurity caused displacement and all of that. What are you hearing? Is the elections holding in all the local government areas of the state?
As we have been told by INEC that there are some polling units in two in Kontogora, four in Moshogu, four in Magama, that election will not hold. There are 0 polling units. And INEC has already said that political parties should not expect a result from those polling units. However, they said the arrangements are done for IDP voting, for IDPs that are counting a government to recognize IDP camps. However, some IDPs that are in Mina say they will not be able to travel to the locations. They are expected to work because they don't have money to travel to those places. So they will actually be disenfranchised due to lack of cash to travel to those areas. Because, for example, that I mean, I'm mostly from Muya local government and Shire local government. And there's one IDP voting center in Galadima. Most of people who are IDP camp in Zumba, local government, are expected to cast their vote in Galadima. And they say a distance of more than 50 kilometers, which will cost them at least 1,500 naira to go there and then come back. And they are struggling to survive, so they will not be able to go there to cast their vote.
All right. Thank you so much, Abubakar Akote, for the updates there from Mina. Thank you. We will join you again for more updates. All right. We'll now go to Lagos in the southwest, where we have Abiodun Alade in Lagos. He is at the polling unit of the APC presidential candidate. We joined him earlier for updates. Let's take a look at what's happening right now at the moment. Hello, Abiodun.
Hello.
Yes, Abiodun, if you can hear me, just go ahead and tell us what has changed from the last time we spoke with you.
Polling unit. There are about 2 other polling units that are not far from here. So if we just move our camera, there is one just over there. You can also see that we don't have any voters there now, and there is also another one that is just about 7 or 8 steps away. That is where we have about 10 people on the queue. So what I've observed is that the turnout seems to be low. One of the reasons given is that some of these voters, they were actually moved to new polling units, and the communication was not there. So people are still struggling to actually identify where they are going to cast their vote.
Is there any official, perhaps directing people as to where to locate their, polling units, should in case they are in the wrong place?
The party agents are doing that, and so that is one of the major tasks that they're actually doing now. So they are the one moving, checking the list for voters that actually come around, and then maybe we direct them and say, oh no, you are not voting here, go to the other place. But officially there is nobody from INEC that is doing that.
All right, Abiodun, you mentioned, you talked about low voter turnout in this particular unit. And I know you are in talks with correspondents across Lagos State. Is
Yes.
that the same situation in other polling units?
Yes, we have had similar report in some of the polling units, but we have had about 2 or 3 polling units that we have had good turnout. So generally, maybe we can say it's a bit early, but at this polling unit at Alausa, the turnout is very low. And considering that the presidential candidate of the APC actually voted here, we were expecting that at least maybe we're going to have like 50 to 60% turnout. But with what I've seen now, I can say that we are maybe less than 10%.
All right, thank you very much, Biodun, for the update. We'll come back to you again.
Well, quite interesting there. Lagos State, the last election cycle, recorded less than 50% of the total registered voters. So when we hear this, perhaps we are likely going to have a repeat. Who knows? I mean, of that situation. It's one state that has a very high number of registered voters, 7 million of registered voters. Those that have collected their PVC is about 6 million of them. So of the 6 million, perhaps we may not have up to 50% of the voters to turn out, going by what we're hearing, since the election is expected to end at 2:30 p.m.
Yes, that's true. And importantly, I think 2 factors contribute to that, or 3. First of all, the slippages that started with the lateness of the kickoff of that. I hope INEC will consider that and extend a little bit in fairness. Secondly, the challenge now that is emanating from the technology angle. People that have been, that their names are not reflecting where they should be, and now have to start looking for where to go to, okay? Which now will bring us to the next factor. The cash crunch will affect mobility, as we have heard in the other report, in the Niger State report, where people, he mentioned, are not able to cater for their journey to where they will be able to cast their, we're talking about 1,500 and all that. This may also impact because mobility will be highly impacted.
But before now, people were told to identify their polling units.
Yes.
Why is this being done today?
Well, you see, there are 2 things that may have happened. One, people might have done that, and that is why in my opinion, my first reaction is on the point of view of the technology. If I heard the reporter right, he mentioned that people expected to come there and get, to get vote, but they are told that they should go elsewhere.
Units have been changed.
Units have been changed. So I would rather err on the side of caution that people actually have done that, but that the technology is not working. Whatever the case may be, this is part of what will impact, like Ayuba, you said, on the total outcome of voting in Lagos, which is a critical state, the state with the highest number of registered voters, indeed with the highest number of the people that have collected their PVCs, which is an indicator, is actually a KPI for the entire national election, because it is highly cosmopolitan. There's expectancy of people to come out to vote in terms of political consciousness. There's high level of security, as we have seen in the report.
All right, hold your thought there. Let's just take a short report and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Now, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has cast his vote in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. Obasanjo, who voted at his polling unit 22 Ward 11, Olusomi compound in Abeokuta North local government area, said INEC has not got it right with the use of beavers, which made the procedure simpler. All right, it appears we're having a little hitch with the audio. We'll bring it back to you later. So,
yeah, so like I was saying, this will impact on the overall outcome of the general election because Lagos is highly cosmopolitan. It gives easy access to voters. The security situation is likely more better. And if this is what we are getting in Lagos, then we will just be hopeful that it will not be the same in other locations. We had the challenges faced by voters in Minna already in one of the polling units. We will be very happy to hear what is happening in Kano as well as one of the major, towns with the major voters.
And that's why we are going to Katsina now, where we have Abdullahi Amadi, who is going to be telling us what's happening in Katsina. Hello, Abdullahi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes. So, Abdullahi, I understand you are in Daura?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the update there? Has the president casted his own vote?
Well, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, has cast his vote about 20 minutes ago. He went to the polling unit some minutes to 10. And of course, he was accredited and he voted right there and then. Of course, he assured Nigerians that this election is going to be free, fair, and credible, an election that is going to be acceptable by all Nigerians. He also held the current voting system using Beaver's technology, which he said is one of the best so far in the African continent. He also assured Nigerians that his party, the All Progressives Congress (APC), is expected to win the election from Daura to Lagos, from Sokoto to Calabar. And of course, reports we are receiving from other places across the 34 local government areas of Katsina State indicate that voting commenced some minutes after 10. And there is a tremendous turnout of voters. In fact, there are some places which are insecurity-prone areas. But it was reported that some polling stations were relocated to more safer places to enable the eligible voters come out and cast their votes. Similarly, there are reports that as a result of this issue of cash crunch and of course the issue of fuel scarcity and the kind of critical cost of petroleum products hinders a lot of voters from coming out to cast their votes. We are Nigerians very serious situation, especially in this part of the country where there are a lot of issues to do with poverty, high cost of living, high cost of petroleum products, and of course the issue of this cash crunch, which has serious effect on the lives of so many, or the majority of people of this part of the country.
Abdullahi.
So far so good.
Abdullahi, apart from the issues that you have raised, in the past few months, Katsina is one place that has been in the news for insecurity issues. What is the general mood of the people in Katsina? Are they excited about the elections generally?
Well, people have been waiting anxiously to see this election day, and of course they were willing to go and cast their votes. But like I told you, in spite of the insecurity situation, this issue of high cost of petroleum and so on and so forth has hindered many of them from going out to cast their votes. And when you talk of insecurity, it is one aspect that is eating big into the lives of so many citizens of Katsina State. A lot of people are looking for what to eat, not even where to go and cast their votes. And recently, when I visited some insecurity-prone communities in Katsina State, places where these bandits infested, many of them were not even aware of the election day, where to go and cast their vote. So these are some of the issues we are facing. But yet, reports we are receiving from all of these communities that INEC has transferred some of these polling stations to more safer places, which we are expecting there is going to be a turnout of people from those insecurity-prone communities to these safer places to come and cast their vote. And of course, we were told there are some arrangements made by local government, and of course,
all right. It seems that we have lost Abdullahi Yamadi. We'll try to reconnect back with him so that we can have more updates. We still have Baba Yusuf with us in the studio, strategy policy analyst and also CEO Global Investment and Trade Company. Well, you've heard him. Prominent issues that have been mentioned, the cash crunch, the issue of changing of polling units seem to be a major issue here. Despite all the announcements and the jingles and the awareness created by INEC, it doesn't look like that's enough.
Yeah, and that is a take on from even where we were discussing about Lagos having these issues, and we heard from Mina, and I talked about the cash crunch impact. Another point is you had the escalating cost of fuel and the scarcity of the fuel, which is impacting mobility of the voters. And the INEC issue, I would very much like to hear, maybe situation report will come out later from INEC. This sentencing, we've heard it from the Lagos correspondent and from the Katsina correspondent with regards to their names have been transferred to other locations. Is it based on the fact that they requested a transfer as voters, which we know people do? I asked for transfer of mine from Lagos to Abuja, for example.
But there was a window for that.
There was a window for that. So was it executed, or is it a technology thing, for example? Because if we go back to our experiences during the national identity card registration, I know there was a technology glitch with that. Well, the point is, we are beginning to see, as the day is going by, these critical challenges emanating, which indicates that there may be voter apathy that will be a function of either lack of cash or other technology issues.
All right. So we understand that the presidential candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, is about to cast his vote. But before we join we're heading to Kano now, where we have those visuals coming in.
And Ayuba, one thing I don't understand, the crowd also that surround the presidential candidates when they come to cast their ballot. I mean, I think they should allow the candidates to just go cast their ballot, so allow a seamless exercise, don't you think?
I mean, it's expected that they are running in these elections, and so normally, or I would say naturally, their supporters will want to accompany them to those places to cast their own vote. But like you said, it's very important that they are allowed to do so. That is important for perhaps maybe we should see some kind of special deployment to those locations of security personnel to be able to have a seamless process where the candidate will be voting. So those are visuals coming from Kwankwaso town, I believe, in Kano, where Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is expected to cast his vote. So far, we've seen the APC presidential candidate. He has casted his vote. That of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has casted his vote as well. And here we have that of Kwankwaso. So we are expecting to hear from the southeast, where in Anambra State, where you have the presidential candidate of the Labour Party cast his vote as well. So we are expecting to hear from that. Well, Baba Yusuf, a lot of issues really. I do not want us to, overflow the issue of the cash crunch. It's definitely going to have an effect eventually. Though it's expected that people would have traveled before today, and today there will normally be no movement. There's restriction of movement. Yeah. On election day. So nobody should be expecting that he'll be moving to his polling unit on the day of the election if it is far away from where you are residing or where you are. So,
but Ayuba, this issue you just raised is a major issue, considering if you look at what happened in Lagos, where people went to a particular unit and their names were not there. How do they move from that unit now to another unit? Because it may be somewhere you need a vehicle to go to.
The same thing with me now.
So if anything, if what INEC has said is anything to go by, INEC have said that if your polling unit is to be changed, it's not going to be far from where your actual polling unit is, or I would say your initial polling unit is. So if that's what we should hold on to, then we shouldn't be expecting that people will have to go that far to go and cast their votes. But we'll continue to watch as we get more information from the field for you. We also have our correspondent who is in Buhari Area Council here in Abuja, Aisha, for updates. So let's connect with her. Hello, Aisha. Hello. Yes, Aisha, if you can hear me, good morning.
Good morning, Ayuba.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Can you tell us what's happening in the polling unit where you are right now?
Okay, so right now I'm at a polling unit in Alagi, and although there is a massive turnout of voters here, but before now, INEC officials arrived a little bit late, and accreditation didn't start in time. But then voting has commenced. They are still voting at the moment. But the issue we're noticing from the voters is that some of them are unable to identify their polling units. They've been moving from one area to the other, and it seems to be a hassle.
Okay, is there anything done about people who are not able to find their location right now? Perhaps maybe some information pasted somewhere to say, okay, these are the list of the people that have been moved to ABCD polling units. Is there anything of that sort?
There's no such thing. It looks like the officials are a little bit overwhelmed. They are just telling the voters to identify these locations by themselves.
Okay, how would you describe the process from the accreditation to voting? Is it seamless? Is it fast?
It's been relatively seamless. It's been seamless. There hasn't been any issue with the BVAS. So the process has been faithful. It's been seamless.
All right. Thank you, Aisha. We'll join you again for more updates later. All right. So it looks like a lot of people are likely going to be disenfranchised as a result of this change of polling unit. I mean, talk about 56,000 new polling units created by INEC. And the whole idea is to decongest some of the polling units that we've had that usually will be very, very choked. So, I don't know.
Well, would you say voter education contributed to this in any way?
Is one amongst them, and I still believe there's also the technology issue. There's also obviously what we were talking about earlier on before Stella came in, and I was mentioning the issue of the execution quotient of the INEC team. There should be some kind of initiative taken by the team on the ground. You asked a very valid question. Is there an INEC person? Is there a way they are directing people to where they should go? And we heard people are resorting to self-help. Party representatives are doing that job. And in the case of Abuja, sadly, so people are even clueless as to what to do, which goes back to the INEC officials, execution quotient, fallback options when this kind of things come up. How are they able to deal with it? And sadly, the recipient or the people at the receiving end will be the voters. Stella mentioned, despite the jingles, despite the voter sensitization, we still look at it potentially. People are not able to maybe key into the information to know that these things have happened. So it's a combination of all these issues that sadly we are seeing signs that are not so fantastic, regardless, with due respect and regard to the time and effort and the excitement of the electorate with regards to exercising their civic responsibility.
But should INEC be taking responsibility for this? INEC on its part have announced this over and over, for people to, make sure they check, their polling unit before the day of the election, not on the day of the election.
You see, like I said, this is a project. From a project management perspective, I cannot emphasize more than that. You must have fallback options. You are dealing with human beings. It is a major project, and I'm sure INEC has been doing this cyclically. So there must be a scenario of this. Don't forget that we are also a society that have different strata. I mentioned earlier that the majority of the people that vote are not like people like you and I that are highly informed. Okay, so to cater for that, and we are people that are highly impulsive as a people. It's a cultural issue. It's a national issue, right? So because of that, you need to cater for that. You cannot cater for it 100%, but you must have what you call buffers to cater for that scenario and say, if that happens, what is the fallback? And that is where the initiative comes in, to say this and that. These germane questions you asked, to be honest, I'm not impressed. The people on the ground should be able to do the minimal thing. I know it's tasking because you have the people that are busy doing the ballot process. But even in the case of Lagos, you saw the location, the polling booth of the presidential candidate of APC is virtually empty. So the staff on the ground have the time to manage that process. But maybe they are also not able to do that because it's supposed to be a process, a chain. And if during what you call the hot time, the hot moment of execution, this thing happens and there's no provision, this is what happens. You see confusion, people are clueless, and also where people have initiative because they are not given the empowerment to do so, they are scared to take actions that will backfire on them. We hope that some critical actions will be taken. Sadly, so 52,000 polling units, that's huge. Ironically, these polling units were created to cater for an easy process. An easy process to make it easy for the citizenry to come and cast their votes. And sadly, so partly responsibility of INEC, partly responsibility of the people. But then it is a project that we know we are executing in a terrain where we know the people. I still believe provisions could always be made for that. I don't want to talk about the cash crunch like you mentioned.
All right. Now we have people. It's a few minutes to 12.
Yes.
And we have people still unable to identify their polling unit.
Yes.
Now the thing is this: if you're on the queue till 2:30,
yes,
they will attend to you.
Yes.
How about what happens if some of those people are arriving at 2:30?
Yes.
Are they new or where they just found it's their polling unit?
It is highly likely that INEC will have to extend the time. Why so? Because INEC on its own part has actually partly caused the problem because this process didn't start as at when planned. So from that, there was slippage ab initio. So it is highly likely because of the importance of this particular exercise and the challenges that have emanated. Some of them, in fairness to INEC, these are matters that just arise, spur of the moment issues. And in fairness to INEC, they have to cater for it. There's a process to that effect. It is overwhelming for them, in fairness to them. So one of the key things I expect is an extension of time to be declared very soon by an hour or two. Whether that will help significantly or marginally remains to be seen.
All right. Okay then. So we'll be taking a breather now so that we will come back at the top of the hour to take a look at news. But before we take the news, we'll take a phone in for contributions. Hello? Hello? Yes, can you just go ahead and tell us what's happening in your location? Yes, yes, please.
Okay, at the moment, registration comprises about almost yes. There are 20.
Okay, you know, we can barely hear you. It appears we have an audio issue there. Let's head back to Kano now at the Kwankwaso town, where the NNPP presidential candidate is about to cast his vote and have a glance of what's happening there.
A good race of friends. Race of friends.
The presidential candidate of the NNPP casting his vote there in Kwankwaso, a town of Kano State. Well, there you have it, a very rowdy scenario there.
Yeah.
Where you have virtually everyone has now become a protocol officer of some sort, trying to usher in the presidential candidate to go cast his vote and all of that. Doesn't that kind of rowdiness have a tendency to temper with the credibility of the process?
It does, and also intimidate voters that may not be
for that particular candidate.
For the NNPP candidate. Don't forget that it is his locality, but it is not only his party that people will love in that locality. So it's another form of voter intimidation. We cannot take it away. We cannot take away the charisma or the popularity of these candidates, especially not forgetting that this is their domain, and naturally they will have the overwhelming support of their people. But suffice it to say, like you said earlier, there should be some kind of orderliness, to also give the process, semblance of serenity and credibility, like you said, and to be fair to others that may not necessarily be supporting the candidate. But this is what happens when a candidate that is highly charismatic comes to a location.
But before the elections, as part of protocol, no candidate is supposed to go with aid and all of that. Maybe going forward, they should add supporters as well. Supporters do not have to, go with the candidate to where he's voting.
I agree with you because this will further concretize or entrench the credibility we are talking about, because this is a very serious matter. We don't want candidates to, maybe you say it's not undue, but it seems to be undue advantage. So maybe adding the tag of supporters. How that plays out in reality remains to be seen, because you can, even if you stay in the video, you may see other people that have been listed not to go there will be part of the bandwagon, of it all.
Very, very true. All right then. Well, I think that we would take a breather now so that we can get set for the news at 12. You can continue to watch us. This live update continues after the news update. So please stay with us. Thank you so much, Baba Yusuf, for joining us for this analysis at this hour.
Thank you for the opportunity, Stella, Ayuba. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
All right then, so stay with us. You can watch us live on YouTube live stream and also get updates on social media platforms in case you are contemplating whether to go out or not. So that we have that covered for you. All right, my name is Ayuba Ilya.
Don't go anywhere because we are here. I mean, maybe not me and Ayuba, but others will be here. My name is Stella Iyaji. Thank you for joining us this morning.
No.
K-E-M. Okay, so it's exactly how that. Okay.
So they know pay. How are you people supposed to feed? I don't know. How are you people supposed to go? Because I don't think they will even transport us there.
If you don't take, come on.
Yeah? All right.
I've seen it. Look at it there. You've seen me? Yes. My eyes wide open. Yes. You're wearing short waist. See me? Have you seen it? Yes, Vivian. Adonia. Yeah, we're in the same center. Let's go. Oh, you want to marry Ike? Yeah.
Well, this is the situation here in Konkoso town of Madobiloku government area of Kano State, where the NNPP presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Konkoso is expected to come and vote any moment from now. And as I am telling you right now, the voting have started in some of the polling box within this polling unit. There are a total of over 6 polling box here, including the one that the NNPP presidential candidate is expected to vote. Now you can see that hundreds of people have already arrived here early morning, waiting for the INEC officials to start the accreditation exercise. And I can report to you that this accreditation has already started, and in fact some people have already started casting their votes. I've been speaking with some people who told me that they have been here since 2 a.m. waiting. Some they started coming here as early as 6 a.m. this morning, and hundreds of people have taken their queue here, including women. They are all waiting for INEC officials to start voting, and in some polling units the voting has already started. And so far, from the time we've come here up to this moment, we have not had any report of violence or any disturbances. But you know, Kano is as sensitive as it may be. It's too early to predict that, but so far so good. Things are moving on smoothly in this Konkoso wards of Madobiloku government area of Kano State.
Okay. Pam 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 pam. They're not in a good position.
It's not supposed to.
It's presidential. They're not supposed to come. I was asking, did he come up with?
We have left present already. What's the green? No, that I had to show my gift. I don't want to give it. But I'm very oh, to God be the glory.
Amen.
Amen.
So when you are done, you fold it. Just fold people that are related with 84. This presidential, senatorial, and House of Rep. So once they are done, fold it this way.
You my mother.
Just check. I just want to get one person that
Actually, 023, we couldn't locate it. Actually, most of us we did our transfer from other places. Not the Yes, I did that. They said we should check our status online. I checked, it still remained where I was supposed to vote. As at yesterday night, I checked it to confirm it was still the same place. And when there's this one, you check around, make sure I did it, you know, picture to picture, name to name, and my name was not there. You understand? I had to go, they've directed me to about 5 places. I've gone there, I've not seen my name often. I'm really discouraged. very much discouraged. What do you want me to do? And I need to vote. So where do we go to? Even the INEC officials don't even know where this road 2-3 polling unit is. So you understand? So INEC, I think, they can't do this work. They should contract it to other people who have more experience. When they do it for, they will learn from them. Then from there we can carry on. But for now, they are inefficient.
For the presidential polling candidate is arriving.
Buba, ban san direba ba direba NTA ne.
This is the Kurudu unit, polling unit 004. People have not started voting and it's about 10:35 a.m. now. The PVCs have stopped work. They've not worked today.
I've been here since morning. I've been looking for my name all around, but I finally found my number 002. So, but they say that the machine is not working, so they are taking it to Orozo for configuration. As you can see, many people they are already stranded. Like some are feeling disappointed. My friend just told me that he wants to go home and maybe eat or come back later. So they should do something fast so that we can vote and go home.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nasarawa State. This is Magajin Gari 1. The INEC materials is just arriving now, and I think voters are still coming up to like make their vote. And also, this is I think this is 11:27 a.m. That's when the materials are just coming. Thank you.
Na ce kai duk agent
Mala da kuke gani.
Agent da ita kan shi.
Ne alfarma ta samu ne wajen. Ya kuke da
Ba na ku kenan ba. Ba security na ku kenan ba.
Wajen masallacin